Hello, good evening, Twin Minds here. We have a new game, JunkPunk. We're gonna be our own little private Wallies tonight. Have Pine, Sparkle, and the One. Hi, guys.
Hello.
What up?
So this, don't mind if this game, superficially looks like other games that are out there right now. This is its own special game, and we're gonna clean up scrap on a planet and hopefully make it livable again.
Yeah. But we're robots right now.
Yeah, the little robots on the front with the little green screens on their faces. Yeah, that's us.
Valuna says hello, Twin Minds.
Hello, Valuna.
I assume she says that in a most menacing tone.
I always assume that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, create new world. Creating new world. Waiting.
I might eat a cookie during the stream.
Oh, that button. There we go. There's a separate button. More waiting.
Says I can join your game.
Begin robot initialization. QSD boot success. Leaf OS running. Initializing camera array.
A regular cookie, Valuna, rated E for everyone, not an adult cookie.
Oh dear. Initializing motor hydraulics. Dot. Hydraulics initialized. Major system malfunction. Damage detected.
Oop. We in it.
Assessing transponder. Conclusion, catastrophic entry failure. Cause unknown. Accessing ship subsystem. Assessing damage. Integrity, 27%. Oh dear.
I love our little donk walks.
Yeah. Critical systems, 39%. Internal pressure, breached. Engines, assessing. This is going to go on for a while, isn't it?
There's a giant hole in the wall.
Yeah, we have identified the breach. Congratulations. Left engine, failure. Right engine, damaged. Reactors disabled. Those reactors also damaged. Oh, did someone push buttons?
Tab opens UI.
Sparkle push buttons.
I pushed buttons?
I think you went near the thing.
You bet I did. Who's the one? Are you shooting your laser at me? I did not say you could do that. I did not give consent.
Tab UI.
I'm aiming for Pine now. Is that okay?
Q for inventory? Have they played games before?
Are you from the past?
E for interact, at least.
Yeah. Alright. E for interact, F for laser, P to pause, T for torch. Oh, by the way, don't push L. I haven't confirmed
My finger's gonna
L.
roam towards it.
Pine says L does not crash the game, and it's not supposed to crash the game. I misread the thingy. It resets your quest progression. So.
Okay.
And the only other thing that I know about this game right now is that the scrap does not respawn currently.
Okay.
So if there happens to be any scrap needed for questises, we need to make sure that we do that right.
NWR core data retrieval. NRW has landed on Louis Y65, LY65. It has a total planet circumference of around 41 blah 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 kilometer. Used to have a temperate climate with tropical biomes with an H2O salt-based ocean. Around 1250 years ago, the climate began to incur the runaway effect due to industrialization of the indigenous species, neglecting their consistent and increasing damage to the environment and corresponding atmosphere. Oh, this is a social commentary. I see. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
An estimated 11 billion souls were lost in the runaway event. Fossil analysis suggests an unknown amount of species, expected to be in the millions of variants, also perished.
I wonder if there will be mass graves and giant piles of bodies.
I wonder.
I doubt it. This doesn't feel like that kind of game. But you never know. You'd think
Yeah.
that there would be some.
Oh, a recharge station.
Okay.
Unpowered.
Oh, lower left corner. There's what looks, at least to me, to be a very fuzzy interface.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same.
Making sure that it's not just me. How do I, E to interact? No.
I'm concerned. Oh, the laser is coming from our hand. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so what's this next little pop-up here?
Indeed.
Next.
No pop-up for you.
Next pop-up. Okay,
Look at us
fine.
run.
Hehe.
Whee!
Okay.
Whee!
Search through scrap for resources. We need 30 scrap metal and 2 steel scrap. Construct a crafting bench. Have they told us how to craft things yet?
Not yet. Oh. Wow.
I see.
Oh. I
Okay.
collected scrap. Wow.
I am also going to collect scrap. Hooray, did the thing.
Wow.
Hooray, did the thing.
So we have to be careful about our scrap consumption, right?
I would say probably not like desperately careful, but it is a thing that we need to worry about.
I will consume all the scrap.
And our
Nobody
game's over.
doubted you.
Alright, so that little pop-up doesn't work for me. This little pop-up.
This pop-up added
Oh, you got it to work?
worked. Analysis in progress. The NWR ship has taken heavy damage. There is no way we can get this back off the ground anytime soon. The cargo containers seem to have deployed before impact. Emergency procedure number 82 executed correctly.
Alright. And this one says something along the lines of, hey, it looks like there might be scrap on this planet. You should use it.
Just a bit. Can we start a tire fire?
Go find out. We have lasers.
No, but I can send tires flying.
Various
Incoming
scrap
tire.
metals. Alright, cool.
Wow. Alright. Oh, I have energy depletion going on.
Ah, see.
So it hasn't told us how to craft yet, right?
Not that I'm
We-
aware of.
Oh, if you hit tab and go to player, there's a crafting bench there.
There are ships flying above us.
Yes, I think that's part of this world's existing automated industry. That is all that is remaining of the previous inhabitants.
I see.
At least that's my guess.
Okay. So we need to do a crafting bench.
Yeah, someone make a crafting bench. I'm curious if it's per player or if we're gonna get group credit for that.
I'll do it.
Do it.
Oh yeah, because it says under player.
Open crafting bench. No. Oh, okay. Well, looks like we're gonna have to make them ourselves.
Well, bitch.
Boo.
Boo indeed. Oh, it's gotten kind of dark.
Yeah. Gotten kind of angry.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. Under player, crafting bench.
How do rotate?
Ah, I see.
How do rotate?
How do rotate?
Oh wait, here we go.
R.
Oh, middle mouse button. Hold the rotate camera. Oh, that doesn't. Ugh.
R. R seems to rotate only clockwise.
Oh, and you can't build it on ground, it seems.
Nope. How about? How about? How do I?
Not enough scrap, is that my problem? Oh, yeah, that's my problem. Build a ship with tables.
Alright, the ability to snap to existing infrastructure is tricky at best.
It said, I think you press X to turn on snapping, or I wasn't quite sure about that.
Let's see. It does say X for snapping, and it does work in a sense. Okay, good to know. I have built the basics of a foundation, and I'm going to get me some more scrap.
Scrap. I don't need gold scrap. I need steel scrap.
Scrap in the container.
I have gotten large gears, my first non-scrap. Aha.
So when you went to the crafting bench, you couldn't open it at all?
Oh no, I could open it. It just wasn't counting as completion.
Gotcha.
There we go. I took the steel scrap.
I am foundationing.
I wonder if we can team up, and that's our problem with using other people's crafting benches.
Maybe? Escape. Settings. No. If there is team, I am not aware of how to do that.
Okay. Can I add foundation to your foundation, I wonder?
Probably.
Ooh, a green laser.
How'd you get green laser?
So if you hit tab, and now your mouse is free to move around, there's, I assume on the lower left, the wrench in the middle is the repair laser.
Ah, gotcha. What's this? What's this
So
one?
I can add foundation to your foundation.
Okay, good. What's this do?
I'm taking some space for my own.
That's why I made it big.
Thanks.
How did you pick up the chest?
I suspect he lasered it. If it was Pine, he is the master of destruction.
Ah, no. It looks like someone named Pine, who also has not spoken to us once since this game started, may or may not have destroyed the foundation part that the box was sitting on, because I found scrap laying on the ground.
There was stuff in the box. Did it get destroyed?
Pine doesn't like speaking to us. I understand.
I built the crafting bench and it didn't mark it off on my...
Mine did. Did you get the other completion for the scrap components you needed? Like the...
Oh, I bet that's it. I picked up this last steel scrap. For fucker nuggets. Give me the steel scrap I need!
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
I will burn down this planet!
That's a little bit big.
There we go. Ah, there it and it, nope, didn't give it to me. Damn it. Can I delete this? Can I delete you? Yes. Okay.
Did you get the scrap back when you deleted it?
Deleted it or lasered it?
Lasered.
Okay. Crafting bunch, go! There we go.
Yeah, I think I'm getting stuff back when I laser it.
I think Pine might be having problems.
Right, Coco?
Hello, Trix.
Well, he's not muted.
He's not muted, but his stream is offline, and he hasn't moved in quite some time.
Oh no.
Here, I'm gonna use this corner as a kablamo. Big ass container.
Oh, it's back up. Pine stream died. Rip Gertie Cam.
Boo. Alright, I'm gonna go out lasering. Alright.
Laser P on everything.
I am
And
going
back
to
down.
go to
Oh,
their
no.
Discord. What was that?
Balloona says Pine's back down.
Ah, he must be having some intermittent network kerfuffle. That's unfortunate. I am immediately going to go to their Discord and be like, we should be able to have shared multiplayer quest objectives.
Agreed. I'm going to take down my crafting bench. Because I have other things I need to build. Foundation. Okay. Can't go up that way anymore. Need to do pillars.
Hello, Scooby.
Go Bubba!
And yes,
Thank you.
these robots do have a bit of a chappy feel to them.
I think it's raft style support.
Yeah, it's raft style support. Ah, I see.
Yep. Okay.
Good to know.
That's fine.
Can you build on top of this storage container, or should I?
I could not because the wall wasn't tall enough.
Okay.
It's actually taller than the wall, so we need to make 2 wall.
This button.
Should I go ahead and tear down everything I just built? I was just doing it for the quest.
No, don't worry about it. I think we can just use our quest to expand the existing building. How do Smashy Hammer work? I can select Smashy Hammer.
I couldn't figure that one out.
What am I missing here? More steel scrap. Damn.
But using the mining laser to pick stuff up worked.
Ah, good. Oops, accidental laser to foundation. Let's test the repair. Hey, look, it works. Good.
So the question would have been, was the stuff inside the container when you destroyed it, did you get the stuff back?
I did not test that. I grabbed everything out of the container first because I wasn't going to trust it.
Okay.
Probably worth testing though. So small
Agreed.
container is 20 scrap. 20 scrap. And then I'm going to put in 16 scrap. And then I'm going to laser it, and I should have 116 scrap left when I'm done. Yes, because the contained items drop on the ground, and I got full resources back. Hooray!
Right-click, drag in the inventory, destacks 1 item from the stack.
Alright, is there a shift? Hang on.
Don't do shift. Don't do shift.
What?
Correct.
Remember, that's one of the errors that it eats it all. So
That's
don't do
only
shift.
if you're shift clicking into a full inventory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shift clicking when you don't have another inventory open does nothing.
Oh, okay.
Which is good. I'm trying to see if there is an alternate stack shifty method.
I
No,
have not figured it out yet.
does not appear to be.
Fine, okay?
Oh, sorry to hear you feeling crappy, Tricks. Okay. I'm gonna do my thing, because apparently I built a whole bunch of foundation before the questy thing says I need to build foundation. So foundation, let's do that. Okay. Pillar. And I go with,
Yeah. You jump for so far. It's like the robots from iRobot.
yeah,
Pine just restarted JunkPunk.
fine, just
You're having an
restarted.
accident.
I need more steel scrap. No, not small gears. I need steel scrap. Oh yeah. Apparently, I found the
As long as
flashlight
it's
button.
twin scoring and not mine, Coco.
Wait, what? What?
Coco was making Gen Z references, Generation Zero references, and she she said, "Watch some pesky humans sneak up from the sides and go pew 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 pew. Some midgets will run right up, um, in Twin's groin and cause explodey stuff up there."
That's true.
Excuse me. Found a piece of copper scrap.
I got copper scrap. Do you need more?
Yeah, I was gonna try to build the basic charger.
I have 3 copper scrap.
Let's see, how much do we need to make one?
I just like how short these roofs are.
Need 3
No.
more.
Shoot. Well.
I have a surprise guest joining us.
Surprise guest.
Yes. We
Was
have
it me? Aha!
Aha! Pine exists.
His friend.
But no,
Boy,
you are
that
not the
was
surprise
annoying.
guest.
Oh, well, I'm out there.
That's a surprise.
See ya.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go do something else then.
Okay.
Bye.
Well,
No, the surprise guest is Mycroft.
Minecraft.
He expressed interest a few nights ago, and I said, yes, let's do that.
Excellent.
No doors, only walls. No doors.
Hooray. Alright. Our building is looking properly scraptastic. Incoming signal.
No doors.
Ah, you get an incoming signal after finishing building the various building bits.
Correct.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you. Woo.
Oh my gosh.
Woo. It would not line up to click into the next wall. It was always just a little space either in or away from the wall.
Ah.
Whew.
When you go into your tab menu, hit X. That enables a snapping that seems to be at least moderately competent.
Okay. All right.
Clomp, 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 clomp. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Oh, that's right. I need to do a thing.
Oh.
Okay, roof.
Okay.
Oh man, what am I out of? Is it steel? No.
If you're out of stuff,
Oh,
I have.
no, I'm out of pillar space.
Ah, okay. Oh, I see something that needs lasering.
Laser it good.
It's been lasered. What is there a shortcut button for the repair? Settings, controls. Because we got F as the zappy laser. Repair is V of all things. So F and V for the various laser types.
Do we know what the hammer is yet?
I think so. The hammer I think is to toggle the building foundation part at the very bottom, just like the weird thing above the wrench is to toggle the inventory. But once you toggle the building thing, it just leaves the inventory up. So it seems kind of weird.
So we wait for Mycroft and Pine before heading to the signal?
Yes. Pine, are you alive or are you gone again?
Oh, I'm here. I'm just trying to build all of these things.
Okay.
Are you making your own space?
No,
Oh.
I just don't have materials.
gotcha. You need to pea laser a lot.
Yes.
Because the
Pea
steel scrap is...
laser?
That's what it looks like.
What?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
clear. It's coming from my wrist. What do you mean?
It's coming from your wrist, which
Yeah.
happens to be right down by your crotch.
Mine's right by my thigh, like on the outside. How is your robot standing?
No comment?
Now we're all lasering to see where it's actually coming from. I know it comes from the wrist, but because your robot doesn't lift its arm...
You expected to do the Buzz Lightyear maneuver while it's lasering.
Yeah,
something.
absolutely.
Got it.
I'm getting all the tiny little scrappy bits.
Good job, buddy.
I am a clean robot.
I'm gonna move my crafting bench. Actually, I'm just gonna get rid of it now.
Yeah, we don't need too terribly many. And apparently you get full resources back when you disassemble
Oops.
things.
Did I hurt you? I did.
Oh no.
How do I switch to the healing laser?
V.
V.
V
for...
as in very much repaired.
V as in very sorry I hurt you, friend.
Yes.
Can I heal my friends? No.
No. In fact, you can't even fire at them.
Not with the Healy laser.
Can't even do it with the Feely laser either.
Sure you
Oh,
can.
hey, thanks. Now. Horrible. Horrible.
Hiya! Hiya! Parkour! Parkour! Oh, you can't. Parkour! Am I in your way?
Boy, the building placement needs work.
Hit X.
Hit X to...
Hit X.
Because I too was losing my mind.
What, X doesn't seem to do...
Go
X
into
is
your tab
snapping.
menu and then hit X. It enables snapping, which is not fantastic, but it does help a little bit.
Yeah, it's better.
Can I?
Parkour! Parkour! Parkour!
Right. I keep trying to do the foundation stairs. Oh, okay. So it only adds stairs to a foundation. Let me add internal stairs.
We need a total of 9 copper to make a charger. I have 2.
I have 4.
4.
What do we do?
Parkour!
We're talking about a charging thingy.
A charging station for our batteries. Parkour!
I have a battery. Oh, so I do.
The basic recharge station.
Right, Baluna? I am the coolest. This is about as much brains as you're gonna get out of this stream.
Parkour! Parkour!
Parkour! Parkour! Look at me, I'm a pro at parkour. This is parkour, right?
Yes.
Just
There.
waiting for 1 foot to slip.
Big
1
storage.
foot to slip, and we're gonna test to see if there are genitals. Just 1 foot needs to slip.
Alright. Let me see if I did the thing correct.
All right, I have received the signal.
You have received the
Excellent.
signal. Let me check to see where Mycroft is up to.
Minecraft!
What? Who's taking down my space up here? This was gonna be the Hall of Botany, man.
Hall of Botany?
Yeah, I saw a screenshot in the Steam store that had plants.
What?
I wanted
Is
to
this
grow
where
some.
you're gonna grow corn? Your Christmas corn?
No, that's like candy
Nailed it,
corn, but it's
parkour.
Christmas corn is like candy corn, but red, white, and green, and tastes like, you know, salted pine and black licorice.
Oh, so Jägermeister.
I don't know. I saw it on Twitter.
You
And
would see
it
it
was
on
from
Twitter.
it was from a Canadian dude. It says Canadian delicacy, so I assumed you would know what it was.
There is not friendly fire Valuna. I already tested it.
It's the first thing I tested.
Somebody was swinging their penis laser around like crazy right in the beginning.
Yeah.
No damage.
I just couldn't hold it in.
It's a long trip. Oh, twin!
Okay, so that's
My
a little bit of
parkour.
friendly fire.
I just got kicked from the game.
Ah.
What?
What?
Wow. That's some hardcore friendly fire.
Salsa. Sparko, can you put some copper in the container you're standing on?
Yeah. You can call me Salsa, by the way.
I do often.
Sporkles.
It's fine. Sparkles,
Splaroke.
Salsa, that bitch.
Splaroke, yes.
I thought you said you were kicked from the game. How
Yeah,
dare
I
you
just
come back?
rejoined. What do you mean? The game didn't crash. I was just booted.
Boot.
Just booted. Don't know why you're complaining then.
What are you?
Howdy, smooth agent.
I'm going to tear this base down and blame it on you.
Oh god.
Apparently, if I don't stream for a while.
Okay, I will.
Yeah. Rubber
Oh,
arm
no.
being twisted by the devil that isn't there.
Yes, he must have hit L when he got booted from the game.
L.
Do the counter.
It doesn't do anything.
Ah,
Oh,
Did-
what about your quest progression? Did it start it all over again?
No.
Huh.
It must be that quest then.
Hmm.
Apparently if I don't stream for a while, my default is just to push Pine's buttons as much as possible.
Oh dear.
I'm going to the monolith. Goodbye.
What's happening with Minecraft?
Nobody knows. Does it even exist? Is
Minecraft!
that actually a person?
Do any of us
Minecraft.
really exist?
I mean, I'm here. I don't know about you.
I wonder sometimes.
It just seems polite to give you the benefit of the doubt.
We did see you with legs once.
I thought we only saw
No,
a
wait,
leg.
we only saw legs. It was such a blur. He must have been really moving past that camera, but it was such a blur. Maybe it's just a potato on stilts that
Someone
had
noted
jeans
I had a
covering on it.
hand.
That's true. We
yeah,
have seen a hand,
yes,
but we
yes,
can't
clearly.
confirm if it's your hand or some sort of hostage situation.
Hmm. I see.
Oh.
Don't tell them about me.
Oh. I like the scrappy little windmill.
come on.
That must be
I
the
almost got it
charging thing.
connected. I almost got it connected.
Oh, you're trying to connect it?
The power
There we go.
of the
I got it connected.
There we go.
battery.
Hooray!
Oh. Sparkle will use it first.
I will open the door from the charging pad, apparently.
I'm going to stand on here.
I am charging.
Oh.
I am full
I am
of
charged.
power.
Parkour!
I
Parkour!
I don't know how this
Is that
works.
Minecraft?
I can just close the door from here.
Haha!
Oh, we need to turn Minecraft up.
Minecraft, say something again.
It's not the right Discord.
Is this better?
That
is
is
better.
that
Hi,
is better.
Minecraft.
Hello, welcome.
Hello, hello?
Minecraft, I think this is the first game we played together, right?
Yes it is.
Oh, you're in for a
Indeed.
good time.
The word of the day is patience.
The word of the day is gremlin. Which is pretty much every day. Parkour! Oh, I fell off. My parkour. Why is my thingy broken?
Alright,
My view is broken. There we
several
go. I fixed it.
questions. Why is your thingy broken?
Well, I was probably using it too much to begin with. No, it was because I clicked out to increase Minecraft's volume. So when I clicked back in, it just had the... Oh my god, there's a storm!
Uh-oh.
When I
Uh-oh.
click back in, oh no, I'm stuck. Oh no, I'm fine. When I click back in, let's finish the sentence. I just had the mouse cursor, so I couldn't look around.
Yes. Yeah, for whatever reason, when you Alt-Tab... Oh, that's why when you Alt-Tab, because Alt is toggle mouse or not. Okay. That explains the
Oh.
thing. Weather, dust storm, solar, 30%. Wind speed, a lot.
And I just discovered after doing all that we could have disassembled the non-basic power charger that was in the base or in this crashed ship.
Interesting. All right.
That's okay. Do I get extra power? Can I get overclocked if I stand here in a windstorm?
I'm gonna guess not. We probably have.
Damn it!
We probably have circuit overload protection or something.
All right. How you doing, Minecraft? Are you getting there? Are you in the game? What's happening?
I'm in the game. I'm in a sandstorm.
Perfect.
That is so
Oh God, we
Darude.
have to mute him before we get DMCA'd.
It's gonna get us all.
No, you don't have to. It's a cover.
Oh, gotcha. We're fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
You'd be surprised how little that matters to the copyright holders.
Oh, but they'll remove the strike.
You say that.
I do, because you can do covers on Twitch. People do it all
Guys,
the
I
time on the
found-
music channels.
Yeah, you have no
Oh,
control over
Minecraft.
that on YouTube though.
Well, I don't do you.
Penis laser.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
I'll just be the cat. Laser pointer, laser pointer.
Yeah.
All right. So, how are you doing with your quest line, or are you waiting to be able to see first?
Who needs to
I just got to
see?
be able to build a crafting.
Okay. Yeah, if you've already got the
So-
metals, go ahead and just build a crafting bench any old place on this foundation.
He needs to get the metals first, or else it won't let him build it and get. Fine, I
got
fucking
it.
see you. Oh, that
What?
was the green laser. Never
Yeah.
mind.
What's the problem?
So much hostility.
Gosh.
So much hostility.
I remember him threatening to take down the base and blame me, so I'm a little on edge.
So much hostility.
And also, I'm always hostile.
All right.
It's like default setting.
Oh, Mycroft is too cool to add onto our existing base. I see how it is.
He's adding steps for us.
It's the garage.
It's an outhouse.
There's two plugs on devices. One's input and one's output. Extra
okay.
output.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay.
So you can daisy chain structures
Yeah.
together, I'm sure.
That's why I couldn't get it plugged in on the right side. I have to plug it in on the left side.
Does it indicate that? That's
Yeah, there's-
Yeah,
Oh, arrow.
the icon.
Okay.
Storm is over.
The
gonna
box
be
in
like,
versus the box out icons. Got it.
Little stationeers action.
Yeah.
Oh, and
yeah.
the number must be how much power it's outputting. So that
Over
when it was
here.
really windy, it was up to
Ooh, there's
7.
water.
But now it's down to 1.
Is
Possibly.
that water or is that molten lead?
It's
Little column A, little column B.
I'm
Or is
go-
it mercury?
I'm gonna go mine a rock.
You mine that rock.
I'm mining that
I don't
rock.
mind it.
It's not doing anything.
I support you in your rock mining endeavors. Something exploded. Oh, it's those ships flying overhead. They leave a shadow. Hiya! Parkour! Parkour!
I have Kitty.
Kitty!
You win.
Can I do this? That is apparently stronger than the laser. Okay.
I'm thwarting your efforts with my repair laser.
How dare you, sir?
Can you actually do that?
I haven't tried, but probably. They both repair and or destroy very quickly.
Well, can you repair a scrap heap?
It
No.
doesn't have like a health bar that ticks up like a foundation does.
The answer to that would be no. Okay.
I'm gonna block your lasers.
You will try.
I will try. Apparently
Pew
it
pew.
means nothing.
Pew pew. Pew pew.
This is not my corporeal form, apparently.
Or my laser is just stronger than your corporeal farm.
Oh yeah. Do you think I take damage? But nope.
I have butt laser.
Butt laser.
Butt laser. Hey, Minecraft, you got the signal yet?
I don't have a signal, no. I'm still working on the build a base.
Gotcha.
You're almost
Parkour.
there.
Parkour. Parkour.
So what's this doodad for?
Minecraft,
Ah.
if you want to rip down walls so you can put walls back up, feel free.
How distant does this laser go?
How distant do you go?
Not terribly
10 meters.
far.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. Now I've got go to the monolith incoming signal.
Huzzah! So, shall we go to the monolith? I would
Sure,
say
let me get my
Roll.
motorbike.
everyone make sure you're all charged up.
Oh gosh, I guess.
And watch out for biters.
I'll bite.
Um,
Oh god, it's doorway. No. Oh,
Can-
fuck.
Alright,
can
that
we?
doesn't work.
We need to unplug the extra doodad because the existing
Well,
doodad
the-
can't work
There's no wind.
like at
right
all. Oh,
I mean, I don't know.
Alright, I'm just going.
All right, to adventure.
to adventure!
If we die, we die.
One can only hope.
To adventure!
And a battery takes lots of copper, so can't make one yet. But soon. Soon.
Soon, TM.
Actually, I could probably disassemble the basic one and make a battery, but too late.
Too late. To adventure!
Oh, this game gets hats.
We get hats?
Indeed.
There's an equipment slot for hats and paint.
I didn't even see equipment slots. Hey, there's an
I need
equipment
paint
slot.
on my hat.
I prefer paint under my hat. Nice and squishy. Also helps keep it in place.
Ooh,
Could make a good seal with that.
Load bearing
I-
paint.
lead bearing paint.
Load bearing.
Oh, there's a lot of scrap down there.
Load bearing lead paint.
Focus twin.
What? Scrap? But scrap?
It's candy.
A monolith.
Piece of candy.
Don't let Twin near the scrap. We'll never see him again.
Piece of
Uh,
candy.
There's
surrounded.
there's planets in orbit. Let's go there instead. This
Start
planet's
building-
kind of
building-
trashed.
It's building stairs all
Literally.
the way to the next planet.
Hella trash.
Hella trashed.
Ooh, watching the sunrise through the round metal infrastructure doodad. Purdy.
Twin has as much focus as I do trying to figure out how to finish a sentence.
What? Wasn't paying attention. Ooh, spaceship.
But give us the information. Fine. I will touch the monolith.
Oh, that's some good information in that pad.
Touch the butt.
Lies.
Touch the butt.
Is it full of stars?
The butt full of stars.
Ah, you can do it from here on the side.
Why would... That's not how that works. Aha!
What?
Analysis in progress. The monolith entrance bridge has collapsed. Construction of structures will be necessary to achieve entry. Aha!
Oh.
Fine.
Scrap.
Build some ramps.
Piece of candy. Piece of candy. I actually probably have more than enough on me right now to build the whole damn thing. But still,
Do we have a weight limit?
I don't think so. I think just inventory slot limit.
Well, Luna, I want an ice cream sundae. Actually, no, I don't. I've got a cookie, and that's enough sweet for me.
Alright, these stairs don't seem to work.
I try, but the big rocks reject my lasering.
Oh, I can't rotate stairs.
Hmm.
Wait. Someone jump off of my head.
Oh, parkour!
Perfect.
You get an extra bump if you jump off a head.
Stability needed.
I
I
lied.
missed.
That noise.
I think we need a pillar.
Hiya!
Oh. That makes sense.
I don't have any more scrap. All right.
Someone get
Scrap,
off the platform
piece of candy.
if you're not trying to jump.
Piece of candy.
Pillar added.
Oh, so close.
Oh!
Wait, I had green for a second.
Piece of candy.
Hurry up. Take your turn.
Oh,
you nerd.
Excuse me.
Ooh.
Hiya!
You and Baby watch Finding Nemo. A good
Who's
one.
the nerd now? Nerd.
Damn it. Take it on, nerd.
Oh, I forgot to hit the jump button.
Super nerd.
That's cheating.
I see a whole lot of
I missed.
Oh,
I see a whole lot of what the fuck
super
going on with the
cheating, huh?
structure building over here.
we're attempting to build a structure that we can, have fun jumping off from.
Oh,
Or-
you still can't. You need the stairs.
Or
You shake your knees on it. Shake.
stairs.
Yeah, you missed the crucial having fun. bit.
There's.
Oh.
I did it. Love you.
Welcome.
Please tell the family I love them too.
Automated fabricator.
Huh?
I
That voice.
have been trying to connect to your systems. There is a corruption due to the crash. I am a sentient AI tasked to help restore this land. We are far behind schedule. We must recover this time as quickly as possible. You require 2 keys to fire: atmospheric stabilizer, biological key, and technology key. I must know you are capable of these tasks to justify odds of success.
Move, Zig.
Oh god, that touched weird things in my ears. I don't like it.
Do it again. Do it again. Trix doesn't love the voice.
All right, time to find a new setting on my machine here.
How
What
to
is it?
recreate that voice.
How many nerds does it take to access the monolith? And it's 5.
Okay. Construct the tech key and activate first stage.
The
Oh.
biological key requires a whole bunch of plants and gold and buckets and.
Where are you seeing that information?
The biological key construct.
All right, the seed generator is mine. I'm living here.
Yeah, so for this big red
Aha!
button, we need biological key stage active and the tech key stage active, so we need both anyway.
Okay. So there's that thing.
Key activator is on the 3rd floor.
And then tech key constructor is over here. So tech key constructor needs resistors, basic capacitors, circuit boards, etc., etc., etc. Got it.
We have some of those already.
Yeah, not
So
in the
We
quantities.
should
need.
probably move our base over here, huh?
I would say yes. This would be a good base of operations.
So we should probably start that so we can get crafting benches started and stuff over here.
Okay, so looking from
It's
a
their fall
distance,
damage! Nope.
Hey, that's good.
Oh, that's a big ship.
Or you didn't fall from high enough.
Go higher and test it.
Is there higher?
Could always build higher.
We need to fix these stairs.
Okay,
They're
what do we
not
have from a distance? I see 2 different colored scrappy scraps. I see water, quote unquote. I see decorative
Molten
doodad that way.
mercury!
There looks like another
Oh,
monolith
yeah.
that way and that way.
Yeah. That big ship looks like it's looking at us.
Okay, so do we want to start a new foundation here?
Yeah, and then we
Sure.
can fix these stairs too that some nerd built.
I got a bunch of seeds. I'll start growing plants
Where'd you get seeds?
from the seed.
I don't know,
place.
Luna. It doesn't look friendly.
From the seed place. That's a thing.
Yeah, like the tractor supply.
Where is that?
There's one right off of 52.
What's that? That's just hanging there in the air. No, that doesn't look friendly at all, Luna. I don't like it. It's got dangly bits.
What does this button do? Oh, that's a noise. I'm gonna go up the elevator.
Oh,
'cause I didn't see
Coco,
the
they
elevator.
know.
Elevator me. Elevator. Elevator me.
Oh. Hey, nerd. That was rude. I thought that was pine.
What?
Was it? Was it? It was!
What?
Oh no. Maybe it was Minecraft.
I'm in the
What did I
I'm in
do?
the thing on the elevator.
Is Minecraft evil?
I mean, no more than usual.
Have you seen the name before?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know the reference.
I mean, my jokes tend to be pretty evil.
Uh-oh. Are they dad jokes? Backslash
But
ban Minecraft.
more just bad.
Oh, okay.
That is probably a good tip, Safi. Thank you, and hello and welcome. The pro tip from Safi is start farming the plant sooner than later.
I'm working on it.
I am still baffled where you got the seeds from.
Tractor supply.
That
Get 'em
does-
at the greenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
The
doesn't-
feed stores on the second floor.
Yeah.
Feed
Melinda's
stores
got
on the
my back.
second floor. Okay. I'm gonna go look at that because I apparently didn't find it.
Alright.
I need steel scrap.
Alright. Maybe I'll start building foundation.
Elevator me.
Oh, I might need
Aha.
to head back and get energy.
Oh yeah, that energy thing that we
Oh.
weren't able to do before.
I'm gonna do that now.
Yeah, I'll deconstruct everything. I was going to start deconstructing everything and bringing it over, but I will leave that untouched. And I'll put
Auto-
it back to the way that we knew worked.
Auto seed
It is the water
synthesis.
hurtful?
I see.
Hello, water.
So the auto seed synthesis is slow. Pine, were you able to get at least
water
some of
is
each?
hurtful.
Yeah, I have 4 of each.
Okay. Yeah, it's like 4 or 5 minute timer to regen more.
Right. So, I just need steel,
Okay.
and I'll start my crafting.
I have a
about
whopping
steel?
3 steel. I'm gonna put a box down in the middle of this thing.
All right.
Player box. There.
You never
And
know,
then
Coco. I might have been waterproof.
Crafting bench.
And I'll make a little room for all the farming shenanigans.
You know, funny story. I
But
never actually interacted with the crafting bench after we made it. What can we make? There we go. There's
Stuff?
information. Buckets. Oh, you can make steel scrap out of scrap metal. It's a 5-to-1 conversion, so if you're low on steel scrap, you don't have to wait to get random drops out
iron
of it.
to steel in Factorio.
Yeah. And then you can make gold scrap or copper scrap, wire spools, gears, and doodads, and all those other things. Alright then. Good to know. I'm going to continue mining.
I'm here back at the base. I see the one is here. I'm gonna
All
tear
right,
it
so
up.
these planters are pretty big. I'm gonna need a lot of room for this.
Alright.
And it looks like a lot of power too.
I was gonna say, how's everyone doing for power?
I'm
Oh,
on
I'm-
60 something.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just the power requirements of the planter I was referring to.
Yeah.
But also that.
We're gonna need wind.
So Sparkle,
Yeah.
before you leave, you want to come pick up the charging stuff? Take it with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Do
And
I
can just laser it.
Do I need to come help at all, or you
there's
got
one
it?
up here. So this is going to take up maybe 5 inventory slots up here.
Okay.
And don't forget to pick up the wire, because that's... Well, I can pick up the wire. I have that already. Never mind. Okay. And then there's this one upstairs.
Okay.
You guys good disassembling, or you got it? Or do you need help?
Yeah, we
Yep.
got it. Oh, I dropped some stuff. The one.
Can you pick it up? Or
No,
oh,
I'm
you're
full.
full? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I dropped it.
I understand now.
Do you have
Perfect.
any... Here, I can toss you some copper and stuff to condense my inventory.
I only have copper ingots in my inventory, but the wire
Oh.
I have.
Oh, okay. Here, let's see. Power cable, can I just toss it? There.
Yes.
Fine.
That works.
Hi.
You
Okay, I'm
missed.
gonna head back.
Okay.
God damn the building on this.
Do you have X selected?
Absolutely pooped it out, Valuna.
I mean, there's no indicators showing that it is.
Yeah, it is.
Look,
Tab, lower left corner, snapping enabled or disabled.
Yeah, but if you... Early access. It's early access. It's okay.
Yeah, and
Take a deep
you missed
breath.
all the way out to here.
remember your
Why?
mantra. Early access.
Early access.
Early.
Also, big tip: the big foundations are a lot easier to work with. They give you a 2x2 area space for half the metal.
But did they have hands of
I
glue?
can't, Valuna. I disassembled the charging unit. Now I'm just running my little butt off.
Yellow paint.
Safi, I appreciate it. We also tend to enjoy the struggle as well. So I appreciate the spoiler-free existence for the moment. Why won't the large?
Yeah, the big ones just don't place.
Huh? I mean, they'll place, but they're not
No.
snapping like they
They're
should.
only red for me.
I can get it to
And-
snap.
Or they don't seem to exist.
I was able to get it to work on our first foundation, like the one way back over there. But I don't know why I can't get it to do the thing here.
Now I can't get any of them to place.
Well, balls.
Are you missing any resources?
So they're only 5 scrap iron, and I have like 140.
So
I
that's part of
should
the...
be okay.
I must have missed the way out.
So all of these are small ones.
You hit M for map.
And while he was building over here, something happened where the snapping stopped working, and they became slightly misaligned, and from that point forward, we're having trouble placing any foundations. Like, that's not aligned, technically. That's off by, like...
But that's the
hair.
only. I mean, it snapped. It clicked in.
What the hell? What the
I'm
hell?
doing
Hey!
the best I can.
These ones work over here.
Where can you not?
Sandstorm.
Oh,
I'm just
I
going
think...
to assume it's going to work.
I think I know what happened. I think something happened with some of your building through all these various single ones, and because they're ever so slightly misaligned, the 2x2 can't snap to 2 of them because no 2 of them are aligned in the same way. Because
Well,
I
that's
can
good.
snap them fine over on this side over here. So something happened over here. Couldn't begin to guess what, but is what it is. Alright, I am going to... Never mind. You did the thing that I was about to do. Perfect. Dumpity, dumpity dump, 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 dump.
So, what does shift clicking do that's bad?
Shift clicking items into a full inventory will delete the items.
So as long as it's not full, I can use it.
Yes.
In
Thank you.
theory.
Player using container. Oh, we got that situation, do we?
Yay!
I'm out.
Damn shared inventory space.
At least we're used to that from Imperium.
Exactly. Among
every other game.
other games, yeah.
Right. Minecraft, etc.
kitty. Hello, kitty. What do you want? Oh, good kitty.
Okay.
I have kitty, and he will not. He will not move. This is fine. You do what you gotta do. I am currently waylaid by kitty.
Well, I'd like to build a charging station, but I keep finding I don't have any of the right kinds of scrap. Anybody would know.
Sparkle has
Check the
everything.
big box. The big box has a whole bunch of scrap.
Sparkle is currently lost in a sandstorm.
Ah.
Oh. Just head north.
Do you have your light
Thanks,
on?
but you don't know where I am.
Just head north.
You're south of me.
Where?
If you hit M, you can see everyone on the map.
Oh, there's a friggin' map. Hey, what do you know? You know, I should have pushed that button earlier, but for some reason I didn't.
Waylaid off course.
That's handy.
Thanks, Borexy. I don't need any help right now, but if we do have questions, we will ask.
Now it's the plastic scrap.
Not
I
used
need
to
now,
getting
I can
lost
find.
in games.
Aha! Now the robot is on the other shoe. Wait.
Well, I'll navigate you into hell one day, and then I'll just leave you there.
Whoa.
Demos, the junk in my trunk is voluminous and bouncy.
I pressed a button and lost my UI.
I believe that's N?
Yeah, I need to go north, but holy shit, there's a
Yes.
lot of stuff in the way.
Thank you. And yes.
A jump!
Uh,
Parkour! 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 Parkour!
I'm gonna clear off this hill because I feel like it.
Apparently, it was a mistake trusting something important to me.
No comment.
Well, I'm gonna rip the floor right out from underneath you one time.
Waraxi, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the follow for me as well. I really appreciate it.
Sharing the love. We also have another one streaming in case you're interested.
Left. Okay. We did shout out Pine as well, so he's got that as well.
Well, we got another one.
Oh,
Or, you
what?
know, my shout out's not working. That's cool too.
I found something.
oh.
What are you?
East.
What are you?
Oh, it does work. It's just really slow.
What are you?
Okay, we cannot swim in this game. We can, however, run along the bottom of the water.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Love
but
it.
you hurt.
You hurt?
Oh, I didn't notice that. You're right.
Yeah,
Ah.
I already tested it.
Intentionally or otherwise?
Oh no, intentionally. I was like, water, blah 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 blah.
Okay. I'm just gathering scrap. I'm just doing the scrappy thing.
That's exactly it, Coco. Yeah, but you hurt. Apparently, I can't navigate junk. I can only navigate dense jungle.
No.
Oh,
no
hey, Coke
comment.
break. Sorry, guys. Twin, I swear to God, I will leave you places.
I'm
I'm the
not the
one
one
who's
saying
thinking-
suggestive things.
What?
What?
Yeah, what did I say? Chat, what did I say?
Sparkle, you said you can't navigate junk, but you can navigate
oh, God,
dense
yeah,
jungle.
that's true. I'm an absolute prude in real life. I have no idea what I'm doing around there. By the way, I got redeemed a Diet Coke break, so it's a good time for hydration.
Hydration break all around.
The one you have to wait a moment. I was hydrating.
I'm waiting.
Okay, so
Trying
this
to repair
is
the planet.
this is that. Okay.
Yep. Okay, lead me.
Whee!
Whee!
Hydrate more.
Parkour! Parkour!
Oh, electronic junk. I'm gonna take some of this.
Are you full?
Hey, Twin.
Oh
I
no,
found
I'm empty.
I found a
I'm-
thing.
You found a thing?
I'm-
Oh my god,
found a thing.
that's
absolutely
amazing.
empty now.
I found a hat.
He found a hat.
Oh my gosh! I need to see the hat.
It's an amazing hat. It is quite possibly the
blue
only
paint.
hat we will ever need in the entire game.
I found 2.
That's
You
amazing.
found 2. Parkour!
Yes. Yes. I also now have hat.
It is the best hat.
Luna,
It is
you
the best
jumped
hat.
Left, so I went left, and this is distinctly right from where I was.
Plunger buddies.
I think I'm going the right way.
We should
Yeah.
do dueling
Yeah.
plungers like unicorns.
Dueling plungers? Plungers? Uh-huh.
Oh wait,
Uh-huh.
that doesn't work. Okay.
Now who's saying suggestive things?
No comment.
Right? Basically sword fighting.
I mean, yeah. Okay. So,
Luna, the
Um,
delay probably screwed us both on that.
what shall I do? Z is not doing anything. Z is not doing anything.
What is he supposed to do?
I don't know. Safi just said press Z quickly. And it doesn't do anything.
We're back.
I'm
Hooray.
sad. I was expecting it to do
Yay,
something
thank you,
unicorn
the
dually.
one. You saved me, and you saved our charging station. More importantly, okay, I'm gonna jam everything into the container.
Okay. I'll rebuild.
Can I do shift? I'm scared.
As long as it's not full.
Okay.
Oh no, Spark. Oh no, Scooby. Oh no.
Oh, I heard that. I heard that.
Oh.
Scooby.
Okay, the one has found paint. I guess.
Aha, the one has found paint. I see.
I found yellow paint, but my inventory was full at the time.
Boo.
So I
Okay,
will
this-
drop blue paint, and whoever gets it
Container is-
first gets it.
I am not a yellow fan.
This container is nearly full.
Oh,
Alright,
dark
so-
blue. I thought you said yellow. I was so confused.
Well,
Okay.
I found yellow also, but I didn't pick it up.
I shall be the dark blue for the moment. Unless someone else
Yeah.
wants dark blue since I have plunger.
No, that's okay. Plunger dark blue is distinctly different than just plain dark blue.
This is true. Pine, are you alive?
Yeah, I'm alive.
Where you at?
Right here.
Oh, there you
Yeah,
are.
I see him.
Hello.
I guess I'll do gathering since the building is underway.
Yeah.
Don't walk in the mercury.
Good idea. Okay.
It damages you.
Really?
That is true, Scooby. And I appreciate it.
But
I'm,
it's
I'm,
cool
I'm
stuff.
plugging it in now. Micro.
Plug it in, plug it in. Okay, I'm gonna go look over here. We need basic processor, basic motor, all those things seem nonsensical. Okay. I would
No
like
promises, Luna.
to do...
Is that charging at all, Mycroft?
No.
Okay.
It still says unpowered when I walk up.
It says 1, but that might not.
Try making another...
What is this thing that's plugged in?
That is the planter.
Oh, okay. I won't touch that then.
Yeah, try making another
Will do.
windmill.
Will do.
I suspect that there's like a quantity of power that needs to be in on these things, and if there's more than one plugged in, it just overloads.
Oh, I think you had it plugged into the out.
Oh, is there plugged into the out too? So how does the pluggy work? I haven't actually poked at the pluggy thing yet.
It's an input and an output.
How do you begin the plugging process?
So you have to
Okay.
have you have to
Plug-
build a cable first at the crafting station,
That
and
would be
then
why.
you go to connections and then click on power cable, and then you can start doing. It's like
Yeah, the one on the right is the input for that charging station.
Ah,
Put it.
Also, everyone be careful with your zappy lasers. I've had to repair the crafting bench like 3 times now.
Okay, don't wave the lasers around.
Yeah, don't wave the lasers around. That's bad. I found more things. I found more things.
Weather progress. Oh, I see.
I found more things. They're gonna go into the box for people who want them. No, not that box. Big box. I found 2 very important hats in the box for anyone who wants hats.
Now I'm charging.
Excellent.
Huzzah!
And healing, so it does both.
Even
Sweet.
more huzzah.
Though, oh no, never mind.
Fine, Sparkle, the one. Hats
What?
in the box.
What?
In the big box. There's only 2, so fight over them. I expect a full deathmatch.
But there's no friendly fire.
Lasers.
Get creative.
I'm gonna rebuild our stairs going into the building.
Yes.
Should have been faster.
Wait, I have a bucket? Where's the bucket?
Do we have a source of plastic scrap around here somewhere easily accessible?
Plastic scrap came from tires.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing them in the distance. I could run all the way back, but I was hoping for a closer source.
There's some a little to
There's-
the west.
Wests.
There's definitely some closer than where we started.
Aha.
How much closer?
I'm gonna not step in that, which I assume to be liquid mercury.
Oh, not much behind the monolith.
Yep, liquid mercury. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some plastic so we can have that available for cables and whatnot. Can mine with inventory open? Why do? I mean, I get it, yes, but why?
I like mining with the inventory open because then I can see as it fill up.
Done more paint. How do I, paint. Not entirely sure why these tires have circuit boards in them, but you know what? I'm not gonna question their building habits.
Or apple tires.
Ah, DRM circuitry, got it.
They could be John Deere tires too.
Also that, yeah. Okay, I come back with the plastics. Not very much plastics, but I come back with plastics. And I also come back with decorative paint.
Oh man, you can't put stairs right next to each other?
Waraxi is NASCAR just as bad about that. I wouldn't be surprised.
Nope.
Okay. Plastic scrap. Rubber scrap.
No, I think I'll hold
Circuitry.
out for a different hat, Baluna.
Also, I have light green paint going in if anyone wants to change the color. Oh, big box.
Well, that annoys me.
Big box.
Okay.
Putting
Other
all this scrap in the big box.
Is that how we have to do it? Gap?
And maybe anything else that's not rare.
Big box. Scrap.
Oh, is that what this was? I missed that.
Bucket. No, this box is for various components, gears, engines, etc.
Basic pump.
Doot, 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 doot. And doot. Doot, 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 doot. Why did that drop out of my inventory instead of going into the box? What the hell? That was strange. Dude. Oh. Tire pressure sensors. Got it. I don't know enough about NASCAR. Not one of those things I ever tried to learn anything about. Okay. So, I would like... So we have... I see we have a powered smelter going on over here. So it makes ingots. Does it make ingots? Ah, specific recipes. Gotcha.
I'm gonna try to make a battery now.
I found a pile of rare metal junk to the southeast a bit.
Ooh. I see. I'm gonna go north-ish. Let's see what's over there. Inventory's empty. I'm gonna go collect stuff. I'm gonna go on the north side of the monolith. See what's over there.
More rare metals.
Sure looks like there's not much this way. We don't really have a specific base person. We are kind of doing our own thing at the moment. Trying to figure out various goals to aim for.
Alright, for some reason I can't figure out why it won't let me do additional stairs.
Do you have a pillar supporting the second floor that you've got there?
Yeah, I've got pillars on both of the little floor pieces I've got.
Huh. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know exactly what I did to make it work before. It just kind of worked. But that was only after you guys had been screwing around for a bit and redid that one floor piece.
Yeah, see, it won't. Kind of really very stupid.
I kind of suspected that, Safi, but I saw the giant steel beam looking thing and thought I'd go take a look at
Is
it.
it too close to the underside?
It
Is
could
that the
be.
problem?
Okay, we have confirmation that north is essentially not much. And I'm going to guess that what we see on the map is pretty much what we get. So, far south, wrapping around east, north-ish, all those I'm guessing is essentially just barren. And whenever we see something visible on the map, that's probably what's available there.
Hold on here. Nope. Not that.
Because it's fancy, it's big, but it's...
Yeah, there
It's
must
not
be a hitbox for this thing.
Very possible. I just found a hitbox on a decorative piece of structure that I just ran into. And it was a hitbox that extended well beyond. I couldn't even walk around it.
But I mean, if that was the case, we could build stairs. I mean, the wall. Oh, walls don't build.
No, exactly. So I suspect there's a
Oh.
hitbox.
Yeah.
Just a second.
So maybe if we build further back, we can build over it.
Yeah. Stupid.
Yeah, especially being a quest and on.
Okay, I did find a big pile of plastic junk. So
Nice. Like actual plastic, not rubber.
actual plastic.
Hooray!
Oh, nice.
Before I go too far, Safi, Haraxi, those big old numbered cylinder things with wings on the side. Are those anything worth exploring? So just yes, no is all I need to know. Or are they just big decorative set pieces? Because I will
also
go to
hate
one.
that I can't turn the foundation to line up.
Yeah, the foundations are on their own grid, and it doesn't line up with the monolith that we were at.
Correct. And that is gross.
Little bit irritating. I would love to see the foundation piece have like small degree rotation, and that sets your grid rather than the grid that's set to the map.
Yeah.
That would be a no then. They are giant decorative numbered cylinders. Cool. I like them. They're pretty. All right, what's this thing? I see a thing that is different than the usual scrap. What are you?
Damos, I appreciate you coming here to say junk. I appreciate you. Just about said your junk is appreciated, but maybe that was too far.
I found
Demonetized.
electronics scrap, which also contains things like full basic capacitors, resistors, motors, etc.
Thought you turned green. Oh, yes.
That is ever so slightly east of the base. Not too bad.
Wait,
It's a problem.
I build and then it immediately goes away.
Oh, so there's like a full protection racket over there.
Alright. We're up to a 9 on the power scale, and the battery is charging none.
Oh. And is the battery input
Am I on
connected correctly?
No idea.
Fair.
I think so.
I'm
It was
assuming.
0 and-
I'm assuming there's an
by
EM.
correctly, the answer is no. I was off by a few inches
Ah,
because the game does that.
gotcha. What are you? Are also electronics junk. Okay.
Steel.
You are rare metal
that's
junk.
right over here.
I found rare metal junk.
Jesus Christ.
Hooray!
That's what I want.
Battery does not do what I thought it does. So let's see, am I losing materials when I try this? Grab
You're
6%.
losing materials?
Oh, no, it's falling on the ground.
Ah,
There we
okay.
go. But yeah, so I thought I put a pillar perfectly to support my third layer of stairs, and it's not.
I see. Alright, so rare scrap is also southeast. What about more southeast? Can I go that way?
What?
What?
Holy cow. I can build this floor on a diagonal, but I cannot snap it directly to... Holy cow. What did I get myself into?
Deep breath, Sparkle. Deep breath.
You got yourself into an early access game. That's very early access.
That is
keep
the
going in
correct
that
response.
Keep going in that direction, Twin. You'll find the plastic scrap piles.
Okay.
Oh, is there plastic somewhere? Oh, good. Okay.
I threw some plastic scrap into
What, you
the scrap
motherfucker?
container.
I am going to harvest the giant
you
orange
dick
tube.
pigs.
I cannot harvest the giant orange tube. It's unfortunate. Other giant orange tube? No. Okay. And plastic junk. Hooray. Do we need lots of plastic junk?
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, I'm confused. Can our base build any higher?
How high are you going currently?
Currently we're going
Testing
0.
to try to get it to allow me to do the fucking thing with the stairs.
Okay, yes, we can definitely build high on the base. What about the near corner to sus?
I'm a coming back. I have a little bit of plastic junk. I know where more is. I have a wide variety of random crap on me. As befitting of a scrapyard.
I don't think it's a hitbox problem we're running into Sparkle.
Dick bag problem. Okay, I made I did it. You guys, you just have to jump a bit coming off the stairs.
Okay.
Going up. Actually, no, you can walk straight up.
No, how'd you get the stairs built?
I don't want to talk about it.
Can you mime it?
Oh, that's quite the jog away, actually.
I had to put a diagonal piece of floor and then put a straight piece of floor on top of it, and then I could put the stairs on top.
I see now.
I don't like it, but it is what it is.
Take a deep breath, Sparkle.
Did we
He's
try
never
building
building again.
foundation stairs?
No, I'm not trying anything else. Nothing else. It worked. There's a solution.
Oh, that's not what those are for anyways. I see. Yep.
I'm gonna go laser some junk.
Good job, Sparkle.
You did it.
You did it.
At the cost of my sanity.
Worth it.
You're a robot. Download more sanity.
Download more rhyme.
Okay. No scrap. Okay. Box. What's in box? Box. Scrap. 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 Alright. 42 plastic junk. Or plastic scrap in the middle container, I guess.
Oh, that's not good.
Bunch of doodads. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. I keep accidentally dropping an item on the ground while shift clicking, and that is because I'm accidentally ever so slightly shift click dragging which splits the current stack and then flings it. My bad.
How dare you?
Good job, Smooth Agent. Okay, what have we over here? Charging doodad. Battery doodad, great.
Except the battery will never charge.
Is that
Interesting.
because we need a ton more wind turbines?
Well, I thought that the turbine wouldn't be used by the us charger when we're not standing on it, but I think it does use it, whether we're standing on it or not.
I see.
So yeah, there's no excess power to go into the battery.
Weird, but okay.
So it
Actually,
needs
that's
its
not
own
true.
wind turbine.
Because it says 6. It says 8 in, 6 out. So it can't be using all of it then. I'm gonna go with I don't know.
Yep.
Electricity is going through the battery. That much I know.
Howdy, NZ Wanderer. If that was your hint, depends on the hint. We're trying to deal on our own. Safi says that you need 20 to charge.
It can charge up to 20 per second.
No, it says Safi says
I
needs
guess-
greater than 20 to charge.
Okay, so that's
So if you go into B, there's power mergers. So I'm guessing that we're just going to need to slap a whole bunch of wind turbines together.
or that and make better.
Or, solar panels and stuff. We probably have
Just go
enough
straight
to
to
make a solar
nuclear.
panel.
I mean, when the wind's blowing, I got 16 over here going into the smelter.
Nice.
You ever smelter?
Yeah,
Yeah.
smelter.
How about that?
Where did I
Anyone
find
needs
this game? It's a solid question. I think that the only answer I've got for you is YouTube.
My place for finding games recently has been TikTok, and I am solidly in cottagecore
Ah,
chill games. Like
Cottage.
cottagecore. So it's like this one game that's coming out is you basically explore the forest and document and find mushrooms and fauna and flora. And
How do I
basically
not
go
grab
out
a whole
and-
stack?
Right click will let you tear one off at a time. Right click and drag will let you take one at a time.
what was that one called, Sparkle?
That's
Cottagecore is a genre.
No, I thought you had mentioned a specific one.
Yeah, but I don't know the name of it.
Oh, okay.
And every time I see it, I keep meaning to post it in Game Talk for you to look at, to watch the TikTok. But also I don't, so.
Fair. Appreciate it, Wanderer. We'll eventually figure it out.
Do you need more than 2 power for the smelter?
What? Yeah.
You need more than 2 power for the smelter?
I don't need more than I currently have, no.
Because it says like 14 out of 2. Yeah, required
Just
2.
because the wind is going crazy.
Yeah, the storm is cranking our wind generation
Yeah.
up. So we'd have to wait till the wind is done to see what our low-level
When the
output
wind was
is.
done, the windmill was only providing 1.
It
And
can
so
go
I
down to
put
1,
2
but
of
it's,
them.
yeah, it's often around 3. But I got you.
I am warm up here.
But we can keep daisy chaining off of the smelter. or whatever. And then we can also keep plugging in, or we can plug in 2 more wind generators into this network here.
You have a little mergy thing?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
they're a pain in the butt to build.
I'm sure.
Do we want to build more containers to start really doing heavy duty sorting
I would say probably yes.
before it gets to the point of where it's impossible?
I would say probably yes. The
Okay.
big ass containers here look like they can be fed by conveyor. So I would say for sorting purposes, start with big ass containers because we'll probably
Okay.
want them eventually anyway.
Okay. And I'm sorting all of the scrap into one container, the big container right now.
Okay. Yes, Smooth Agent. My Steam library is it is a confounding mess that you will get yourself lost in very easily.
Someone take all the steel ingots.
Stingets?
Yes.
Stingets.
You should probably put them in the right place.
I don't think we've got a
What
right
is
place
the
for
right
them yet.
place?
I don't know. Wherever you say they go.
I put them back in this small container over here.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay, all of the scrap is currently in the big orange container.
Okay.
All of the other ore is currently in the smaller container by the charger, and hats, stuff, gears are over in this other one by the smelter.
Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's see. What's the next step? Yeah, the in-game music is nice. I like it. Yeah, what Scooby said. I think I would like to figure out power.
And I gave up on the southeast ramp, in case anyone was wondering.
Southeast, right?
Southeast ramp.
So, on the southeast side of the base, I tried to make a ramp. I failed miserably.
It works a little.
Oh, this right. Okay, got it.
It got better.
It does. It lets us get up there. Let's just go with that.
Thank you.
I just heard a very loud, crunchy smash sound.
Oh, I cleaned up one of the wall tests I forgot to clean up.
Ah, okay. Oh, has anyone tested the structural support situation and what happens if structural support is removed?
It destroys it. So that's what I did. So those
Stuff
5
falls
walls
down.
up. Yeah, and it all tears down.
But do you get the materials out of it?
Yep.
Okay, good. Then I don't have to
far as
worry
I can
about
tell.
accidentally destroying something without regaining materials. Okay, good.
I don't know what happens if you destroy a container by destroying it.
That one I've already tested. That one drops the materials on the floor. The contained
Okay.
materials as well.
Did you do it by destroying the container or the supports of the container?
I did only destroy the container, but I suspect that the support drop... Actually, no, we did test that because someone did accidentally destroy the foundation under a container at the very, very start, and I found random materials on the ground.
Yeah.
I did it.
I did it.
Probably wasn't even in the game.
I have the southeast ramp done. You just have to make it more impressive. It has to have a little more grandeur to it.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay.
We have solar power now.
Where's solar power?
It's part of Pine's grid.
Ah, I see. Does it just need to exist? Doesn't need to point at the sun or anything like that?
I do not know.
Fair enough. Right then.
Probably based on the way the weather is declared in the mid right.
Okay. Let's. Nope, not that one. Let's see.
Okay, we get lots of solar power.
I am going to attempt to build the next tier of wind turbine. 2 stingets, 4 basic capacitors, copper ingot, gold ingot, circuit board. I'm assuming all of our previously gathered stuff is gone. Yeah, it's all.
Yeah, I
all
had
looks
to
like it's
build
been
the
used.
last
Okay.
circuit board.
Okay. Let me.
Wait, I have 3 capacitors, 3 resistors. I'll put those away.
Copper ingot.
Not that that's going to help too much.
I'm done.
There's a few resistors and capacitors in the components chest.
Aha, thank you. Okay, recipe, gold ingot. Make me some. Steel ingots.
I'm gonna destroy this little stair situation you've got just off by its own, okay?
Yes, sorry, I forgot about that.
It's alright.
I'm gonna go collect stuff. Any particular preferences?
Steel, if at all possible.
That's
Do we know of any steel?
I think if you
Right.
look at the scrap piles that are near us, there's the kind of copperish colored scrap piles, and then there's the kind of grayish colored.
Yep.
I
Oh
think the
boy,
grayish ones
who's
are going to
putting-
give more steel.
Who's putting random stuff in the big container?
No idea.
I was only putting scrap types in there.
I'm not even there.
Oh, I see.
I've only been pulling, I have not been putting.
Scrap metal, okay, not scrap copper or anything. Because we get so much scrap metal. Whereas the other stuff we get a lot less of.
Yeah, that's fair. Circuit board, copper scrap, gold scrap, plastic scrap.
And that was my fault for not specifying.
I need... that. Boot. Circuit board. What am I missing? I'm missing copper scrap.
Copper scrap's now over here, twin.
Ah. I didn't realize we don't have much, but we do have it.
Yeah.
Okay. I also need plastic scrap. Circuit board. Crafty. I need 4 basic capacitors. I need rubber scrap. I'm having problems with the UI. Having problems getting out of inventories and stuff.
I'm having problems with my internet.
I see that.
No!
That's no good. Do we know of a way to select a second building recipe after we've selected the first one?
Like scrolling through the options or something like that?
Well, like right now, I just hit tab twice, and then I guess I could hit alt.
Right click deselects the current building selected.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
So what's got you guys cringing the most? Because I'm seeing the cringe in chat there. Alright, how do we use power cables again?
You have to create one at the workbench first.
I have 2 on me.
Go
And
into
then-
connections and then click and click.
Where's connections?
Tab, connections.
Those
Bottom.
connections, okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Oh, that's a weird UI. Oh, that's all sorts of weird. What?
And sometimes it doesn't snap very well, and
What is it even trying to snap to? Where are you? What's going
and
on?
I've noticed that you want to use alt to switch between rotate and not rotate mode while you're in mid selecting cabling.
There we go. So we haven't figured out the easiest way to keep our battery fully charged when we're not using, even if we're using machines. And then we're not using the machines that can craft things more efficiently than crafting manually at the bench. Those are the 2 cringe points currently going on in chat. So I'm assuming probably something along the lines of the fabricator. Separates shredded contents. Shredder.
So the 5-to-1 crafting bench conversion is a guess. Because I did 200 scrap metal, each into once into steel, once into copper. So I should have gotten 40 of each. I got 41 and 42.
Huh. Huh. Interesting.
So it's a roughly 5-to-1 ish.
Interesting. Okay, what do we got? I need to catch up on chat.
Okay, so also I turned all of those into pipes, which is a 1 steel to 1 copper.
Mm-hmm.
And I had 1 more copper than I did steel.
Mm-hmm.
But I was still able to use all of it, all my copper. So I got a free pipe, kind of.
Fascinating.
Yeah, nice.
Fascinating. All right, cool. Dump those in.
And I just realized I'm not streaming.
Were you intending to stream?
I thought I started it, but the key's not set up, so I'm not going to anymore.
Ah, all right then.
There's really no point in me streaming right now. My internet can't keep up.
That's unfortunate.
Ooh,
I
fancy one.
remember back in my day, I had better internet.
Back in my day.
I miss my 28.8 modem.
I do not miss it screaming at me.
I screamed at it.
Okay, so we currently only have 14 power out based on our current load over here. So I would assume that's still not going to be enough to battery charge.
Not if we need 20.
Not if we need 20. We do have enough if we plug it all together. Because we've got a total of 20. Unless we need greater than 20, in which case then no, we don't have enough. Staring into the abyss. Alright.
I'm
So,
gonna need at least one more combiner.
I mean,
Or is
I
it-
am curious about the shredder, so let's start there, because it's cheap. 20 scrap metal, 5 large gears. There's a sparkle in there.
Throw the shredder.
No, shredding people is bad.
Oh yeah.
Organizing. Also, that's sexist. Throwing the only girl in. Jerk.
Large gears. I would like to not have. I would like to not have all of these. There we go. Shredder. Shredder.
Thank you, Scooby, for being the only one to have my back.
Shredder. Needs power. Okay, cool.
See a fancy windmill.
Yeah, I made a fancy windmill.
Nice.
Just for funsies. I'm curious how much power it's going to output when the storm goes.
It's true, Scooby, but I often tune out Twin. So that's not his
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah. Alright, let's put the shredder right there. That feels like a good spot. What does this doodad do?
Contaminated silicon.
Shredded scrap, shredded rubber, all of the various shredded bits. So it. Oh, I wonder if this is kind of like a standard material doubling method, because you turn scrap metal into one scrap metal into 2 shredded scrap metal, and I would assume then that we can turn those into full ingots at a better return rate, like other games tend to do. That would make sense. That would also be kind of neat. Could be faster, could be better return. Hard to say for sure. It does have a 1 to 2 output, which makes me think that's going to work. The first thing that comes to mind for some reason is a lot of the mechanical mods for Minecraft that lets you do ore doubling, basically. Could also be faster.
You just need a 4 stack of those, whatever the Inferno furnaces or whatever those were.
Yeah. This is super.
That lava tank in the center.
I would like to replicate that setup. Just instant process all of our thousands upon thousands of materials. Okay, so that's that machine. Next is the input shredder. I'm assuming, based on the materials and the description, that this is just an upgraded version of the thingy I just built. That lets you automate it, perhaps. Separator. Scrap metal, large gear, copper, scrap. I can do those things.
Battery charging.
Battery charging?
Yeah.
Oh, you put it over there. Okay. Yeah, I had debated on doing that, but I wasn't sure if we had enough juice for that yet.
Oh, we do. The solar alone gives us 20.
Oh, I must have only looked at it when it was dark. That would be why.
That's an
Hooray.
87%.
Battery charging.
Alright, I found a bug.
I'm
Just
being
one.
I'm being bribed with a follow for
Just
giving
one.
hints about the battery.
I'm not gonna lie. I would prefer there not be too many hints because part of it is figuring it out on our own.
Sparkle,
But at
Sparkle
the same
says
time,
no on
I'm
the
just
hint.
one.
Follow should be given based on the quality of the content, not being able to backseat.
I have
am
made
on.
dirt.
You have made dirt.
I
You
have
made dirt.
Oh, Sparkle just doubled.
Yeah, that was weird. And we don't want that.
Can someone come over to where I am and see if you can see a pipe here?
You are east? You are east. You are much further east. It's funny, you say, can someone come over, and the entire crew just starts moving. Where is the pine? Where's the pine? Yes, I appreciate the asking before giving tips. That does help a lot. Where did the pine go? Pine is... Oh. Now I can't see anything.
To answer your question, 28.
28. That is the... That is the singular amount of power coming out of that big one during a storm.
Yep, and the other two are doing 10 each.
Nice. Alright, I may have not found the pine. You're north of me. Okay.
He's behind the dirt.
What?
The dust.
Ah, I see a pipe. There's a pipe. It appears to be going a long distance that way.
Staffy, we've spent... Sometimes this group can really miss the subtle clues of a game, and it can take us a while, but we usually get there.
Yeah. Especially in a game like this that's early enough access that has very little tutorials or pop-up hints. And us having to like explore and find things on our own tends to be a little bit hit or miss. Let's go with. I see 10 water out. I see the pipe connected to 10 water out.
So you physically see a pipe right next to me.
I've been walking on it to follow it all the
my.
way back to the water source.
Found a pipe. Scrap pipe.
I am following the pipe back again.
Because it only shows up for me when I walk back to about where I'm standing right now. If I walk any further, it just disappears.
Well, let me continue following the pipe, because I don't have that problem yet. I'm going.
I'm assuming you did not place that pipe.
I did place the pipe.
I still see pipe, and I'm continuing along said pipe. And pipe ends here, and it has not disappeared the entire time.
Good, as long as... Oh, nope, it disappeared from me again. I don't see it anymore. And if I walk back to here, it makes the building placed sound, and it reappears.
Interesting.
And if I run back towards you, it's gone again.
I'm going to assume multiplayer desync.
I mean, maybe. I can no longer build this pipe, though.
Because I can see it fully. So if you want to give me pipe, I can attempt to continue building it.
Okay, yeah, that just happened when I walked up near you. It disappeared.
Yes, it disappears for you, too.
Just as I approached where you are now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to assume multiplayer desync, and since I'm the host, I can see the whole thing.
Wild.
So,
All right.
give me pipe.
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 Good luck.
Thanks.
It's kind of silly.
Water.
I'm
Water
going to
pump,
go.
power,
I was going to
farming.
take it around
Connections.
that monolith structure.
Around the back of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or on the right side of it from this angle.
Alright. So doot. And then...
Yeah, you can drag it hella far, actually. It's kind of nice.
I see that. Alright, we're gonna go there. And then we're gonna fight it a little bit as it attempts to go wherever the hell it wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
Oh boy.
So Safi has confirmed multiplayer desync issues with the pipe. Alright, let's make it do things and then pipe. Going this way. It does seem to have a length limit, which is fine.
What is the length limit of your junk?
The length limit of my junk is actually pretty remarkably far. My junk goes quite the ways.
Not very wide though.
No, it's definitely long and narrow.
I'm going to quickly rush back and build a tank that we can fill.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Do you have a preference of where you want the output of this thing to be?
Yeah, into the tank I'm about to make.
Then I shall wait. Smooth Agent wants a close-up of the squiddy. One sec, I'll go grab it. Giant squiddy.
I can see the little green connection point for where the
Apparently
pipe
my getting up has triggered the treat sense, so I'm gonna go ahead and treat the cats before they try to eat me.
is. This appears to be mostly a visual desync, because the pipe is definitely getting in my way.
Yeah, it's there and you can see the connector point, but it's just weird. It was fine until it wasn't.
Great. All right, where's this tank?
Right over here.
And over. Ah, that's a tank. Okay.
And it looks like it goes into the top of it.
Like so.
And then can I have that pipe back?
Yes.
And the gauge on this side is filling up. And it's a full tank.
Oh, well, that was fast.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna be right back for a bit, okay?
Okay. Hi,
I'm gonna
Midnight.
log out just in case shit happens.
Okie dokie. Composter. Dirt extractor. We need an empty bucket. Interesting. So do
That's how you make dirt.
you just empty bucket the ground then?
No, you empty.
Oh, the dirt
bucket
extractor
on the
is-
dirt extractor, and you
Got
get
it.
contaminated dirt, and you put it in the composter, and you get clean dirt.
Fascinating. All right then. All right then.
Off with free power.
So now that I have solved Pine's disappearing pipe problem, I'm going to attempt to build the next thing. And the next thing is a separator. I need 4 large gears, otherwise I have everything on me. Separator. You are a very large hunk of metal. Alright, cool. Hmm. I need to expand a little bit. Oh hey, this can go on the floor. I'm gonna put it right there for now. Separator. What do? You take 3 shredded scrap and turn it into 1 copper scrap. 10 to 1. Okay. 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 So this is definitely a form of
Torture?
yes. It is a form of metal efficient processing. So in the shredder goes scrap. Out comes shredded scrap. And then into the separator, you can turn them into the various specific type of metal scraps for a better return than the crafting bench. So 5 scrap metal for 1 copper scrap. Whereas over here, 5 scrap metal would turn into 10 shredded scrap. And then over here, 10 shredded scrap would turn into 3 copper scrap with a little bit left over. So it's better returns.
Ah.
Where are you getting this?
So these 2 big-ass machines I built over here. This is the manual shredder, so you have to put stuff in manually.
Uh-huh.
And then in the recipes you can do shredded scrap, shredded rubber, that kind of thing. And then once you've got the pile of powdered shredded stuff, then you put it into the separator. And you can turn those piles of powdered shredded stuff into concentrated forms of the other metals, like copper scrap, gold scrap, etc.
Now, how do we make belts?
Yeah.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah. So I do need to power all this crap. Can I just take a power cable from over here and just jam it all up over there, or do I need to do things like the power mergers as like intermediates?
I mean, I don't know how long one will go, if that's what you're asking, but...
Because otherwise we probably want to start redesigning all of this for power flow and belt flow.
Yep.
Is there a direction I should start expanding foundations?
Since we can't go north, because that's where the big honkin' monolith is, can't really go east because the monolith's stairway. Unless, I mean, we could just straight build over the monolith stairway, but I don't want to interfere with Sparkle's upward mobility there. So I would say probably the direction that we have the freshly built ramps, and then as far westward as we can go, where things like the power pumps and the power machines are. So those 2 directions, south and west. Now we are going to have issues with the foundation, because Pine and I ran into problems getting this foundation to snap properly. Oh hey, charging, that's a thing I should do.
Yep.
I was only down to 50, it's fine. Okay, so let's see. Kaboom! I heard an earth-shattering kaboom. Still your scrap. So let's see. What do I want to do? I think building off this direction would be handy, and moving the power perhaps. I see plants growing, Pine.
Yeah, it might be working.
I see plants growing.
To answer your question, the cables can go far across the base.
Ah, good to know. I mean, it's not going to look pretty, but it works. All right, scrap me. Scrap me. Scrap me. So this belt here, I would recommend an intermediary belt over to here. Or to an intermediary box that goes to this thing then. Because all the materials coming out of the grinder, or the shredder, are going to be an intermediate material that still need to be processed by the separator. So I would say...
Oops, there it is.
Oh, yeah, there's a thing on there. There's a thing. What's the...
I don't know how to pick it up. There we go.
There.
Got it.
Yes, Scooby. In fact, I would say that this game is probably heavily inspired by... Hi, I am back. Probably heavily inspired by Satisfactory/Factorio. Because there's a lot of similar elements to that. No! It's going in the wrong box! No!
I just wanted to try it out.
It's going in the wrong box! Yes,
I heard you before. It scraps faster than the belt can belt.
Ah, I see.
Just fine.
Good to know. Is there an answer to that? Connections? Belt. Belt merger, belt splitter. No, doesn't look like it. Unless it can output faster directly to a box.
How do you direct?
I would assume that you would have to build the big box directly adjacent to the machine if it were to work that way.
Oh.
So probably move machine.
They are different height.
They are different heights. Ah, I see.
I don't think that's... My guess would be that's not how the game works. I think it just means that it queues up so you don't have to worry too much about it.
I am curious about that. I'm curious about the crafting speed versus the output speed.
And maybe it's just that... Maybe that was just the speed of scrap metal. I don't know about the other scraps.
It's also possible the input shredder, which is the next tier of that machine, could potentially output faster, since it can input faster. Or it can input directly from box.
We'll see. We'll find out.
Input shredder is a little bit on the costly side, but not out of reach.
Want me to destroy this beautiful belt?
And then this is the separator, and I don't believe there's a better alternative to that. I am curious about the industrial laser.
Me too.
That also requires 30 basic capacitors. Probably should get our shredding and separating set up first.
It's set up.
Well, that was fast.
I like the belt.
Hey, you placed them. I just belted them.
I placed them sheerly for the purpose of figuring out what they did, not as their final locations.
Too late.
Okay. All right.
There we go. Now you can try your test.
Okay.
They're
So
both powered.
let's grab the thingies. So we put scrap. It's outputting in the jankiest possible way. And then I think we need to set a recipe for this. Let's make, what do we make, gold? Let's make gold. Fuck it, gold. Why not? And I'm gonna just drop that in there. Oh, hey.
Got gold.
I'm conveyor belting myself. Whee! Oh,
And you just got jittery.
we have gold. Gold is doing the thing. So ultimately, if we're going to want to do any sort of mass processing, we're going to need, what, 7, 8 of these machines, something like that? And
Mass
then
process what?
the metals and things.
Oh, okay.
So like for the smelter, instead of having to go in and manually change up your recipe each time, you would have a smelter for each type that you want to make. Long term, not now. Alright, let's swap that out to steel scrap. How much steel scrap do we need?
Oh, I hadn't finished my tower test.
Steel scrap. We need steel scrap. So good. We're gonna keep getting steel scrap. Here,
Yeah,
put that
another
away.
failed experiment.
Let's put that away. I hear kerchunking happening. Noises! Safi, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it.
Okay, this is as far as the foundations want to go.
Ah.
And everything else is either red or it gives me a green hologram, and I build it and it immediately falls apart.
Ah. I see.
Interesting.
Hmm.
That's what was happening when I was doing one of the stairs tests.
Hmm. I'm assuming... Yeah, I see there is a bottom to these foundations. They're only 2 blocks high. So my guess is it's no longer being supported by the ground at that point. And that's probably why they're starting to fall apart. Could potentially do something like that over here. Where it was crumbling before, you might be able to double layer the foundations.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
I am realizing that I don't have an easy way up into the base. There we are. One of us.
Jetpack.
Wait, what?
Just kidding.
I was like, hold up. Do we have a jetpack? Eh.
Yeah, press L.
No. I don't wanna. Alright, so steel scrap is happening. We're making steel. Steel's good. Alright, let me do a thing. Can I do a thing? I would like... Ah, never mind. I would like... I don't know what I want. I don't know what I'm going to do. Fabricator is probably the next best bet, because that's probably the powered, more efficient, crafty thing. Scrap metal, large gear, steel scrap, copper scrap, gold scrap. I think I can do that. Copper scrap, gold scrap, large gears.
Oh. Did you just clear out all the gold that was in the large container?
I did. I don't need all of it.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Okay. I was just afraid it had disappeared.
No. Oh, that's big and bright. Kerblamo! Yes, I'm placing stuff randomly right now. Alright, so in here, we can do all of these things. Ah, I see. So 20 output cables from a wire spool and rubber ingot. Let's see if we can figure out one that's easier to math. 2 steel ingots, 2 copper ingots for 20 large pipes. 1 steel scrap and 1 copper scrap for 1 large pipe. 4 and 4 for 1. So yeah, that's a hell of a lot more efficient material-wise. Alright then. So, the fabricator machine is going to be the best crafty method.
Ooh.
Just needs to be powered. Do we have another output from over here? No. No, we do not. Okay. Gonna need to make an output.
Building a big flat area.
We were attempting, but
We're
we had...
attempting. Foundations are getting weird.
Yeah, foundations are getting kind of weird. So, over there, I see someone walking over there where there's a flat spot to build. We might want to extend that away.
Yeah, I was thinking if you were talking about to the south
Yeah,
where I am.
that in the southwest where you are, yeah.
Um,
Got some completed plants in a planter over here too.
Huzzah!
Alright. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So we determined the foundations never rotate, right?
They don't appear to rotate, not from any button pushing I've done. So I've currently got the sifter set up. God, why did I just call it a sifter setup? Jesus, wrong game. Shredder and separator. There we go. I've got that currently processing steel. Are we still in need of steel? I think the short answer is yes. No, because we've got like 100 steel right now. Do we need anything else? Gold, copper, whatever?
I don't have any
I don't know.
idea.
Mycroft, how quickly are you burning through metals building these foundations?
Not too quick. It's 10 each for a big, and it's just basic scrap metal.
Okay. Never mind
I
then.
still have a whole bunch.
Let me switch this to gold. Let's do copper. Copper. I need copper. Alright, so I need... I would love to figure out a power situation here. So we've got...
I was just looking at making more mergers and a couple of those splitters, the power ones.
Yeah.
And then just connecting all of our power to one like little area.
Yeah.
And then just splitting it across to the various machines.
Yeah, I was thinking of splitting off from the battery. Or we could split off from the output from the smelter, I guess it doesn't matter there. Uh-oh. Found a hole in our foundation. I'm gonna pretend like this doesn't exist. I'm gonna pretend like... I'm gonna pretend like that doesn't exist. Oh dear. Secret bunker? Yes, absolutely. Alright, so our copper's coming through. We got copper coming. Did I just... I think I did.
Circle returns.
Sparkle
Nice.
returns!
You have to put holes in foundation.
What?
What?
Nothing.
Do not need to put holes in our
Don't
junk.
walk away from mine.
What?
No, he's following me. Oh,
What?
You walked away. Nothing.
What?
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 No!
What? What?
Parkour!
Join
Parkour!
us.
Parkour! Parkour!
Porker.
Porker!
Parkour! Parkour!
Okay. So Pine, are you gonna work on that power situation then?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we need the doodad fabricator plugged in. In fact, if we needed to, since it's a lot more material efficient to use the fabricator, we could unplug the shredder for the moment to get that going. Like, it's like, what, 10-fold material efficient if I was counting right? Pine's ignoring me.
I
The
wasn't
shredder is still
listening to
working
your
on stuff.
shredder stuff, so I don't know. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Good night, Scuba Rustwell.
Good night, Scooby. So, Pine, what I'm saying is, if you use this fabricator, that's this big old honking machine next to you, you get like 10 times the output for the material you put in versus crafting from the crafting bench. I haven't actually done the math on the 10 times, but it's a lot more efficient than crafting bench.
Okay.
Plastic?
What a nerd.
No, plastic's in my pocket.
I don't think we have much in the way of plastic.
Plastic. We have
Why is there crap
55.
in here?
What?
Can I have 2?
Yeah, let me put it in there.
Thanks.
Alright, so copper's coming through. Copper's coming through, okay. Copper's coming through.
I'll go fetch more plastic.
I will join you, because I suspect we need a lot. Are you going eastward?
Yeah, southeast.
Eh.
Whee! My robot ankles are unfazed by this jumping.
Do you have 2 capacitors too, by any chance, Pine?
That's what I'm using the plastic for.
Ah. Well then.
So we got scrap junk, or metal junk, plastic junk further this way. I think that's a pile of plastic over there. Oh, that is a lot of plastic over here. Okay.
Oh, this. Okay. Fabricators unpowered.
Well, that's That's why I was.
Trying to make
That's
it
why I was
smoother,
attempting
but-
to offer to unplug the thingy, but I was being ignored.
Yeah.
Trying to say that the thingy was still processing stuff.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to process stuff at the moment.
Okay.
Ah. Thanks, Scooby. I'm just gonna walk this way, and whatever runs into my laser, it's not my fault that it dies.
Oh.
Don't walk into the base, please.
Oh, okay. All right, so we're now a couple hours in, and there have been various hits and misses. How's everyone feeling overall about the game so far?
It's percolate.
It needs polish.
What was that, Sparkle?
It needs to percolate.
Needs to percolate, yes. I do see a lot of promise, and it's got some solid mechanics to it, but I definitely see UI work, I think, is my biggest concern. I'm having a hard time with the juggling of the various UI elements.
Yeah, I don't like that interacting with any menu or container takes me out of free look.
Right. Like if I interact with the container, if I attempt to escape out of said container or push any other button that would otherwise stop me from being in container, I have to hit the escape twice to get out and then back into navigation mode. Yeah, there's a lot of potential to the game. I see. I love the look and feel of it. I love the premise. I think it does need more tutorial work, which is fair. A lot of early access games don't really do tutorial very well.
I wish the items had at least some level of description.
Descriptions would be good, yep. Like currently, description of circuit board is circuit board.
Well, I meant more like the things we're building.
Oh, like in the tab menu buildy thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Input shredder. Build fed shredder that shreds scrap metal and other items. Yeah, exactly. I need to... Nope. That button. There we go. So like right now, UI-wise, for example, I'm in my inventory, or I have my inventory up on the screen. If I tab to look at something, and then I tab back out, my inventory is then closed because I didn't use Q. If I then use Q to pull up my inventory, it pops up the free mouse, so that I can't continue to wander around and do what I was doing before. I have to then get out of that by hitting Alt so that I can then re-navigate my character. And all of that, through every one of those button pushes, my laser that I previously had selected gets deselected. So then I have to reselect the laser to be able to laser things.
Do we want another splitter or another merger, Connie?
What's down here? We need another merger.
Splitter it is.
Okay.
We already have one unused merger.
Yes, because you can only do 4 to 1, so we already have 4 plugged into this one. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, I was gonna take these power items, move them over here, plug them into merger number 2, plug both merger number 1 and 2 into merger number 3 there, and then put that as the output.
There, it's built.
Great.
Yeah, the inventory transparency is a little bit off, I would say. I don't mind it the way it is. I think the thing that bothers me the most is the UI down at the bottom corner that's got that weird... I'm assuming it's supposed to be like a scanline screen kind of deal going on.
Yeah, it's not a great effect.
It's a really weird effect. Oh, I found an item.
I'm gonna give buckets their own chest.
Yeah, we got a lot of buckets.
I just built one for that purpose over by the soil composter.
Thank you.
I also got 2 buckets. What is this? Oh, that's gold scrap. Okay, yeah, the scan line effect was messing with the coloration on that. Alright, I'm slowly working my way back. Aside from pretty, do we know any purpose to the lakes of Mercury yet?
Nope.
Cap. Have you
That has nothing to do with getting water?
No, that's not water.
Nope. There's two separate puddle pools that we can tell. Water and what looks to be mercury that damages you.
Yep.
And I mean, I'm assuming there's a purpose to it. In fact, can I bucket? No, I can't actually use the buckets. Okay.
Yeah, and there's only a water pump. I don't know if you can stick that in the mercury, but
Power water pump.
But I take it the water pump just works when you place it on the ground.
near water.
Ah.
That's why I had to run that pipe a million miles. Or rather, I had to run it halfway to when I had to finish it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything that indicates interaction with those, with the mercury pools, unless water pump also does it. I'm still curious about the industrial laser. I don't know what that does.
Probably industrial engraving.
That'd be cool. Just carve our name onto whatever we're building.
Yeah.
Might be more efficient mining than our laser.
Yeah, but it's a placed object, and since
I
material doesn't
understand
respawn,
Yeah.
I mean, it could be like you place it next to a giant pile of scrap, and then it does that for a while.
Or it digs up actual ore.
Could be.
How expensive are they?
They're fairly, not too terrible, but they were enough that I didn't want to do the work for it.
Let's see. I'll go mine the rest of that electronics junk I just found. We almost have all the processors, so it's just the capacitors we need.
Where was that container for buckets?
Over by the dirt extractor.
There we go. Bucket. Scrap. I came back with 250 plastic scrap. So if people need it, do it. Circuit board. I'm going to top up some more scrap. FYI, our other scrap container is essentially full, and our basic scrap metal container is also fairly full.
I can remedy that.
Do it.
Can you remedy it efficiently?
No.
I was afraid of that.
Wanderer
like
says that
your-
you might be right, Sparkle, on the laser.
I accomplished something in this game?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah! I guess I could stop running off into the wilderness then.
So then that would make it a scrap generation laser. So mine stuff out of the ground. So then that, aside from the fact that we don't have regenerating ores or regenerating scrap piles, we could potentially just create new scrap with the lasers.
Guess I'll come back.
Oh, so that's just the source of infinite materials.
Yeah. Probably not fast.
Efficiency doesn't matter.
Well,
I was also gonna say, it's not like we're fighting against a clock right now, so super efficiency, not a big deal.
Well, so when I was talking about efficiency, I was talking about material efficiency, so we
Yeah,
don't
we're
have to
fighting
run
against limited scraps. and
yeah,
stuff.
limited scrap. But now that we've got the laser that has unlimited scrap, or potentially, we'll have to probably test that to make sure.
Just do more lasers.
Yeah, because I mean, if it ends up being infinite but slow as balls, then we'd need a bajillion of them.
Laser field.
Yes.
and it still wouldn't help us with stuff like rare metal.
Well,
And
so we
like
can do
Jotun.
rare metal with the the separator process.
Oh, so we can make rare matter out of.
Well,
small-
you don't get rare metal out of it, but what you get is things like copper scrap, gold scrap, platinum scrap, all that kind of stuff.
10 circuit boards.
No, well, you do need rare metal shredded. Never mind, I am wrong.
Okay.
This world is flat and I've reached the edge of it.
Don't go past the edge. That's where the giant robot sandworms live.
And we are robots. We are
right.
incapable of walking without rhythm.
Well, maybe you are.
Have you seen the Boston Dynamics robot?
It stumbles with rhythm.
It also dances with it.
Yeah. Oh, I might have misinterpreted you, Wander. Okay, so laser gets put down next to giant scrap piles, and then it mines the giant scrap piles. Does it actually deplete those piles then? So is it not an infinite source? I'm possibly confused. Okay, so this humidifier acts as an area mister.
Yep.
Basically. Okay, got it. I
It's got
saw
a
it was
small
there.
little circle area of effect kind of a thing.
Okay, cool.
So we should all stop mining and only use industrial lasers now?
No. Not according to what I see. Safi was trying to protect us against that information, but Wanderer has provided. The big tip being don't build it next to your base. Oh dear.
How many
Does it
passes
consider
did I
your
say
base
we needed?
resources detected?
I think so. Alright, actually, I guess now that I think about it, rare metal scrap. Do we need rare metal scrap for anything directly? Let's see. Aluminum. Gold. Contaminated.
You had choices for people.
Ooh. I don't know, I'm pretty happy with my plunger.
I think I found the one for Sparkle.
Oh.
What is it?
Let me put it in the chest and you'll see.
I may never return.
Oh no.
What?
Where's the sparkle?
Not so far away.
Ah, sparkle went north, I see. Okay. So there's... I've gone a lot this way. I haven't gone a lot that way. I want to go that way. Let's see what that way is.
Yeah, nothing's good that way.
I like that way.
You may like it, but it's not good.
Get a little bit of a recharge going.
To answer or not to answer, there is always a choice.
No. The journey to the truth is the only choice.
Yeah, but once you have that
Only choice.
once you have that answer,
It is the only choice.
once you have that answer, it is up to you whether or not you share.
The journey to the truth.
Well, I was gonna go explore, but now I can't see anything. Sigh.
I got more circuit boards than I did capacitors. Jeez.
The sparkle has reached the edge of the world. There is nothing. Only despair.
There's nothing but despair.
Seriously, not even scrap.
I mean, I did go north and say there was nothing there. Just saying.
Yeah, but you never believe us when we tell you things.
That's fair. That's fair. Just trying to save you a trip.
Save me the trip. Save me the discovery.
Of a lifetime.
Alright, I'm not gonna carve my way through that. That's just silly. What's over here? Electronics check.
Weird swiping noise. Can somebody just take a swipe at me? Pine, is that... Are you guys the ones running around with your flashlights on constantly?
Yeah.
I'm one.
You're fucking blinding!
It's easier to see.
What?
I mean,
What?
that's
Oh, that's my
how I
license.
drive. I blind the other person so I can see.
Survival
What
of the fittest.
What dumb number or letter is the flashlight?
T for
The
Torch.
torch.
Gotcha. Thought it was gonna be like U for undarkening.
You for the undarkening.
You know, like F for Flazer.
Yes, Blazer.
The hats are in the bucket bin.
The bucket bin.
Oh. I'm dumb. That's fine. I went back to what I thought was a new area. Turns out it's not a new area. It's just the area that we already came from. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'll
Did I just
explore
do
this way.
something?
Hooray! A storm done. I can see. What are you? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I found
Yes,
a new hat.
okay. I will take this hat.
What is the hat?
Yay!
What is the hat?
Where are you?
I am far, far away.
It is a chef hat.
It is a chef hat. Wonderful.
Actually, it just looks like... I know they were going for chef hat, but it kind of looks like dirty bone.
It is a dirty chef hat. I found a new hat as well. I am both amused and perplexed.
Oh, is that a brain?
No. It's labeled as a clown afro.
Ugh. Alright.
I'm gonna go with I don't want the clown afro.
It's a tooth sparkle. It's a dentist hat.
I want it off my head! This is what I get for not reading the description! No, it says chef hat! Minecraft, you evil bastard.
What did he do?
It looks like a molar hat.
Can't unsee. It's fine.
Where is I?
I do need a new color though, but I think all the colors are basically taken.
I'm exploring. See what I can find.
Well, we found blue and yellow. Have we found any other colors?
Green that Pine is wearing.
Yeah.
They're light green.
Yeah.
In theory, there's more colors out there.
In theory.
It's a whole rainbow.
Getting close to where your base
Pine,
is.
you're
Wanderer.
making that
Nice.
laser, right? Pew pew
What?
pew.
No.
Oh,
just making the laser.
I'm collecting materials for it, so I'm working on
okay.
making
I put
capacitors now.
more capacitors over in this box over here.
Sweet. Oh, that's a lot. Or scrap for 1 copper. working good.
We should have the materials ready for a big container for the laser to pump into as well.
Yes.
Everything going all right?
Yes.
That was a very heavy sigh.
They're
It
very
was.
tiny. Yeah.
Big old plastic junk pile. Lovely.
Leave it for the laser.
No zoomies on the map. Okay.
Yeah, I tried to zoom on the map too, and I was like, God damn it.
Yours is inside the huge round building. Are you talking about that big thing? Or are you talking about... I guess that's the only big round building I see. Ooh, what's that? Big round building. I don't remember seeing big round building. This big round building. Oh, okay.
Oh, these are just...
Oh, those are big tires. Are my little noggins pointing? Gigantic tires. What have we here? Where is this on the map? The big circle. Okay.
What are you working on, Pine?
Making items for the tech key.
Cool beans.
What do you need? In terms of materials.
Oh, everything.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, pretty much just everything. More of all of it. Gold, aluminum.
Oh, you have to
Silicon.
place the laser on a foundation?
Can't see. Can't see.
Kind of makes sense. Everything else had to be on a foundation.
This is more of an
I thought it was
indigo,
going to
but it'll be
eat
fine.
the foundations. I thought someone said.
I think they said it eats the foundations.
Alright. Do you guys want to know what I found, or do you want to witness yourself?
I'm watching your stream.
I found things. New hats.
Ooh,
Couple new paints.
nice.
What color paints?
There's I grabbed purple, which is more like a deep indigo. There's pink and there's orange.
Ugh.
And then I also have the dark blue that I gave up for purple.
Purple, of course.
Of course. Are these pick-upable? They don't appear to be pick-upable. Sad. Alright, I'm gonna grab that, I'm gonna grab that.
Who does F? AF.
So should I bring the shiny things back, or do you guys want to come see them? I am really far away.
Oh, bring them back.
Bring them back? Okay.
Yeah, just bring him back. I'm sure none of us have giant FOMO.
There's also a whole bunch of rare metal in here if we happen to need it. It's a neat building.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it's a big spiky dome of doom.
Huge. did find a neat building.
Wonder that's a nice home you got there. I could see it being very difficult to find all of the various things laying about there. Because there's a lot of just random stuff laying on the ground. And I've seen a couple random things, like the top hats, for example, I found underneath one of the piles of scrap. So I could see it being very difficult to find all of the things. What are you? I found a random info thing in the middle of godforsaken nowhere.
Read it to us.
Analysis in progress. Huge metallic objects roam this land. They would appear to have been dumped here long ago. There's no way I can currently recycle these metals. They are far too strong. Analysis shows material unknown. Must investigate further. Dun dun dun. So
Dun, dun, dun.
it sounds kinda hinty that we might be able to do something with these big ass metal structures laying on the ground.
That'd be nice.
Like this looks like a very specific, unique material. Like it's definitely got a. It looks like what is that like pressed sheet metal that looks like it's made kind of like fiberboard is made. With that little kind of speckled.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It looks like that kind of material. And inside is a whole bunch of rare metal junk. Alright then. Neat. Where am I? I'm there. Okay. There's another thing over here.
Guys, I am too tired to continue.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So, I might hang out in Twins chat for a little bit.
Okay.
Well.
Thanks for joining, Sparkle.
Yeah.
Catch you later.
We're probably not. Are we gonna continue this game next Monday?
I
Or
would
let it
say
percolate?
probably not. I'd say let's probably wait for some more updates. I know there's supposed to be another update coming this week to address a couple common bugs, but I don't know about content.
Okay. Alrighty.
Good night, Sparkle.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye, Sparkle. I am doing the explore thing still. There's a giant ass turbine here.
Oh. Needs 15 power.
Oh dear. Alright, we need like a much bigger array of power things.
I'll just build a solar cell.
Screenshots. Alright, where the hell am I? I am... Oh, okay. So I'm now southeast, where we were getting plastics before. Okay. This is good. This is good.
And yeah.
And yeah?
I haven't figured out the rest about the laser turret yet.
Ah. The only thing I can really understand is that it needs to be placed next to existing piles of materials.
Oh yeah, I have it right next to.
Okay.
I mean, nothing we care about. It's just scrap, regular scrap. But
Alright, I'm on my way back. I don't think there's anything else too terribly fancy that I've missed, other than visiting those big roundy structures. There's one thing over here I'm curious about, and I don't think I visited this thing. Mycroft, are you off exploring westerly?
Yes, I am.
There's two things on the map that look interesting your direction.
I
Do you see those?
Big round tower thing and little couple of orange lines.
Yeah, so the round tower thing is one of the interesting things, and then if you look on the map farther north, there's a rectangular doodad.
I'll check it out.
Cool. Let me know what you see. I'm curious. And I'm gonna go back to the base and pretend to be a functioning member of society. Robot society. Yeah, I like the lore that they're building here. I like the what looks like a completely industrialized automated planet full of various flying ships and whatnot. Everybody that made all those things is dead. But all of the machines remain and continue doing their thing. Noises! Sparkle host! Thank you, Sparkle. What is that? Oh, that's... I was like, what is that box down there? Oh, that's the laser box. Laser box.
Was anyone trying to talk to me?
No.
Okay, good.
Laser box. Machine controls. Oh, okay. Okay. Fascinating. So aside from the fact that it needs a stupid amount of power that we don't have, it looks moderately straightforward.
I'm working on it.
Work faster, damn it.
Oh, damn. Sparkle been up since 4 a.m.
Ouch.
I'm gonna run back and recharge my walking self.
I didn't even know clocks went that low.
Yeah.
They shouldn't.
It's weird.
They really shouldn't.
So the pink is more of a magenta. The purple is more of an indigo. The orange is very much orange. Okay, that one lives up to his name. Go. I like the spaghetti we got going on here. Now. There we go. So how does the
Laser
flank
turret,
thing work?
lasering.
Laser turret, lasering.
Yep.
I walked away to recharge myself. That's fair, Sparkle. Alright. 3 new hats available. Let's put them into the plastic scrap box. Hat. Hat. And hat. There we go. So, how do I do the thing? How do I build the thing?
What thing are we talking about?
The thing that I stole.
The thing with the stuff.
The thing with the stuff and the things. The thing that I stole.
Yeah.
I don't know how
Well,
to
you
then place it.
place it carefully.
Why not with the rest of the hats? Because I don't know where the rest of the hats are, Sparkle.
They're in the bucket.
They're in the bucket.
Oh.
Oh, okay. See,
The
I
bucket
was
box.
not told of this bucket hat translation, so I did not know that was a thing.
I mean, a hat and a bucket, they look alike, so it only makes sense.
You can use a bucket as a hat.
Can you?
I mean, IRL, sure.
Yeah.
Well, yes, of course.
Gonna try. No, cannot. Damn. Then I missed it, Sparkle.
We'll put that under feature request.
Yes.
Demand.
Bucket on head. Feature request. Sparkle's correct. I missed it. I missed the memo. I was probably distracted with my exploration at that point. I remember there being talk about hats, and I remember there being talk about the tooth hat.
Oh wait, hey, the one coming down here for a sec.
I will as soon as the bridge lets me.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
If you look at the tech key constructor, can you see the stuff I've already put in there?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
200 resistors, 200 capacitors, 50
And the-
silicon ingots. Yeah.
And the gold, yeah, okay. I was just
And
hoping
yes,
that
40
we
gold.
didn't each need to make our own tech key.
Good catch. Now playing Primal Sound.
It's a buttery beat. Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Wait, do we all listen to the same tracks?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. That's interesting that they synced up the music.
As soon as you said it, it popped up on my screen as well.
Alright. That one's funky.
I didn't even
Next
notice
funky.
the game was doing that until now. Wait, you control it?
This is the thing that I
Apparently.
found inside the what looked like a gladiatorial arena.
Oh, the record
The
player.
record player.
Oh.
I found records.
item. The
You found
record-
records.
I'm assuming their record says kinetic beats.
Aha. Space sound is a little bit underwhelming, at least because I have my head next to machinery.
We need cat in Minecraft.
Or just cats in general.
Well, no to that, but
Hi, Valuna. Crafting bench. Record player, there we go. Yes. Note about losing records potentially. Do explain. Ah. Leaving records in the record player when saving and or leaving the game will cause them to disappear.
and if we get a skeleton to kill a creeper with an arrow, we get a rare one.
Yes, that.
Okay, the blue.
Fair enough. Thank you, Wonder. Carry on.
Blue circle structure is a big, tall, ringed structure full of plastic scrap.
Okay.
And the rectangular structure is just a rectangular thing kind of off in the nothing here part of the map.
Okay.
But I returned with records.
Hooray. Yes, if you tie a carrot to a stake, you can ride a pig. I mean, you can ride a pig without doing that. You just don't have any control over the situation.
I wouldn't. Pigs can be mean.
They can also be tasty, so they better cooperate.
Oh my.
We could also be tasty to a pig, correct. Alright, do we need to do anything about pulling these plants out?
Yeah, pull plants out, put seeds in.
Plant.
They're
plant,
the little
plant.
box behind the crafting
Crafting bench.
bench is where I've been sticking them.
Okay. Plant.
That's also where spare seeds are.
Okay. Plant. Plant's not shift clicking in. Cool.
No, they don't.
Plant.
Some things do
Plant.
not.
Plant. And plant. Seed. I'm assuming then we have to go get more seeds from upstairs.
Yeah, I'm there right now.
Okay.
Doing just that.
Seed. So how does one go about getting more seeds then, aside from that fabricator? Because that seems really, really
You
slow.
can craft 1 plant into 2 seeds.
Ah, okay. So you can expand the thingy. Okay.
Yeah, if I wanted to expand our grow up, we can do that, but we
That-
don't really have space.
I see.
Grow co-op? A grow up co-op?
Grow up, co-op.
Yeah, space is a thing. Space is definitely a thing. That is a good question, Sparkle. So the date on that is the 22nd, so next Monday. What I'll probably do is watch the Discord and see if there's lots of grumbling. And if there's lots of grumbling, then we wait. Otherwise, I'm ready to go. Howdy, Kinder. Welcome. Cool. I've never seen the fabricator do things. Neat.
Yeah, it's kind of, it chooches right along.
I like it.
Just made 40 extra wires. Well, 60, but
Nice.
no more onesie twosies.
Okay.
I'm back. Also, I found a new hat.
You found a new hat. Hooray. Nice. Very nice.
Where's the record player?
Record player is over here on top of the box behind the crafting bench. It's a little bit of a bitch to interact with, honestly. Might be best to put that elsewhere.
Does anyone have circuit boards in their pocket?
I get 2.
Darn. Okay.
I do not.
You want them?
Only if you're not planning on
I'm
using
not.
them now.
Oh, wait. I only have 2 because I'm moving something. I'm using them.
Okay, that's fine. I'll go find electronic scrap and hope for a drop. They're a pain in the ass to build.
I will also go do that because I want to feel productive and I'm having no brain for automation right now.
I was going to say you can move the... Even if we use... Oh, yeah, that's only 4. Fabricator.
Kinder, what game is this? I'm always curious about 90% off games. That's fair, Valuna. Fighting game called Verdict Guilty. Interesting. I'm seeing so many just random items laying on the ground. I'm assuming people were over here mining and it was just dropping out of your pocket.
Possibly.
66 power!
Hooray! Is it all together though?
Yeah,
Okay.
but
But
that's not good.
huh?
66 goes into the battery, 20 comes out.
Oh,
So battery lasts.
cool.
What's the point of having it last?
So that way it doesn't wipe out 46.
Well, could
Yeah,
you
but if
do?
it's last, what would you do with it though? It's not powering anything. We would have to. We should split it.
Yeah, you would
battery
need to split it.
and then merge. And then we'll have a big powered battery grid.
Yeah, I mean, you could split it out to like 3 different batteries, and then each battery would be out 20. It sounds
then
like a
merge
little bit of
those back
bitch to
together.
juggle, though.
You just loop the output of the battery back into the input.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
merger.
Just loop
Oh.
it into the merger.
That's thinking with portals.
Yeah.
You might explode the game, but let's try it.
I'm okay with trying it. I'm okay with exploding the game. Worst case, we have a bug to report. Okay, worst case, we have a bug to report and we have to start over. But still. Yeah, haven't exploded the game yet. It's been fairly robust. A couple minor issues here and there. There haven't actually been all that many bugs, and the bugs that are the worst offenders we knew about ahead of time, like the shift click thing. and the semi-minor one was the multiplayer desync with the pipe laying. Power management can be difficult to master. That's fair. I mean, we've dealt with power management oddities in other games before. I remember the melting cable situation of Stationeers.
Haha, yeah. I want to go back to that game.
I do too.
There's been a bunch of updates.
Yeah, I would like to go back to that one. There's also the what the hell was that other one that we were planning on? Starts with an I think.
Interstellar Rift.
Yeah, Interstellar Rift.
Oh,
Yeah.
that.
Was that is that another automation one, or is that more like a Spenji's kind of deal?
That's
It is neither.
yeah.
It's shipbuilding, mining asteroids, and
Combat kind of thing.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Well, then ignore that suggestion. I thought that was in the same vein. But yeah, no, I'd like to do Stationeers at some point.
I mean, we did have weird power bugs that we came across when we were doing the Project Ozone thing with all the Spectre coils and stuff.
True.
That
True.
has some uniqueness.
Oh yeah,
So
with Minecraft mods alone, I have dealt with at least 4 or 5 different, very difficult power situations. So
Yeah.
like Industrial Craft alone had the melty power cables and the 3 different tiers of energy and all the
Right.
crap.
The interesting thing about Stationeers is that the programmable chip in the game, it's so in Space Engineers, it's C# when you want to program stuff. But in Stationeers, it's a RISC assembly.
I don't even know what that is.
Reduced instruction set chip computer.
Yeah, it's
But it-
not in my
it's-
repertoire.
Very, very, very low. It's the lowest level you get for writing assembly.
Got it.
And to have that in a game, it's a little crazy.
Well,
Well,
they don't
yeah, I
usually
mean,
need to use those kind of things, so they're usually for the advanced players.
Right. Or
Yeah,
at
but
this point,
even-
you find someone who's already written the code for what you want to do.
Yeah, that's usually what I do, especially with
Yeah.
Space Engineers. I just copied scripts
Yeah.
because it was a lot easier that way.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit more complicated than that because you have to hook up sensors, orient the sensors in the right 3-dimensional way, and
Oh
then
no,
plug in
yeah,
the
I mean, we
fine.
played it.
Yeah,
Like, we played it for a couple of weeks.
yeah.
So at least we get the gist of how it rolls, but it's been a while.
It has.
It's the year.
All right, where do we know there's electronics?
In my
Where-
pocket, and Minecraft has quite a bit too.
I
Um,
meant more for mining.
Where
Oh,
I'm standing.
Where I'm standing as well.
Where
I
I'm
guess.
standing. No,
No,
where,
no,
no,
where
no,
I'm
where I'm, no,
standing.
where I'm standing.
Where am I standing?
Um,
Aren't you guys at the base?
Also, Twin,
it's a,
on the topic of automating,
you know,
I do have another Factorio mod
oh dear.
lined up.
I have been
Oh.
meaning to go back to Factorio now that we've done 1.0, and haven't been back since.
Just, say the word.
Okay.
Which one is it?
I don't know, the Piandorans,
Oh, Pianodons?
Pianodon, that's it.
I did hear about that. I think that was mentioned earlier. Yes,
Yeah.
Sparkle. Sparkle said the F word. So, Safi, on games that I enjoy playing and streaming, I am a heavy-duty variety streamer. I like streaming a lot of different things. I have a wide variety of games I enjoy. Automation games, for sure.
Sim
Sim games.
and survival crafting.
Survival crafting, but also colorful story type games, Stardew Valley-esque life sim type games, like just a huge variety. I have spent a lot of time in Factorio, Space Engineers, and Farming Simulator as my 3 like highest most played games. Not counting, I guess, Minecraft. But Minecraft, I've done so many different mod packs, it's hard to keep it all straight at this point. Valuna's done 45 hours in Factorio, nice.
I think I'm somewhere north of 1500.
Yeah, I'm not quite that bad, but I'm fairly high up there. Let's see, Factorio. No, I'm not even close to up there. I'm not even at 500.
I had mine installed and just straight off the website, so my time isn't tracked, and that's probably a good thing.
Probably for the best, yeah. Same with my Minecraft time. My Minecraft time is not tracked, and it's probably for the best.
Yeah.
I have never played Minecraft, and I never will.
Yes,
That's
you
fair.
are aware the Piano Downs mod is considered the longest one.
Oh, I know.
Well, we were in the middle of Crestorio and SpaceX.
Space exploration, yeah.
But that's right around the time that they were getting to 1.0 and everything broke, and we just kind of walked away.
Yeah.
Go check
Pine
Yeah,
Age.
I installed that mod and I loaded it up and I looked at the tech tree to look at the first science pack,
Yeah.
and I weeped a little and I'm like, this would be better with friends.
Yeah, I've seen that, the posts on Reddit or stuff like 50 hours into Pianodons, and I'm finally producing red science packs.
God. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked at it and I'm like, oh
Cool.
my god.
Good to know.
So,
Alright, I'm gonna
yeah.
move the electronic scrap over with the plastic scrap because we've gotten so damn much of it.
That
Hey,
makes
there's
sense.
there's definitely a max length to the wire.
Okay, good to know.
It's not that long.
Players using container. Players using container.
Yeah, it's you.
Now it's not me. Okay. Blade's klaxon was pretty great. Especially when he stealthily set all of that up and just waited for us to find out the hard way what it did. You have 1,000+ hours in Space Engineers. Yeah, I'm there as well. Let me take a quick look.
I do not have that many in Spingies.
Almost 1,500 hours.
Yeah.
But I spent a lot of time streaming creative building. Probably more so than I did streaming the actual survival. But I spent a lot of time in that game fiddling with mods, trying to build that solar system that I built. Had a lot of fun
Yep.
doing that. I made the mistake of looking at Spengy's workshop recently and saw a few more neat planets, and I'm like, oh no, I don't want to have to urge again.
Do it.
No. I have issues with Spengy's. I have issues with their development plans, and I have issues with how often they make updates that break mods to the point where it's pretty much unplayable because I cannot play that game vanilla. And if all the mods that I know and love are going to break every time the game updates, and they may or may not ever get updated again, I can't carry that on. I just can't do it. Spengy's hurt your feelings? Oh dear. Okay. What am I doing? What do we need did?
We need, you know those, what are they called? Hold on. Basic processors.
Yeah.
If you take a peek in the fabricator,
Yeah.
can you make me 75 of those?
Basic processors.
I'm working on mining some electronics, so that'll give us some processors.
I can certainly try. Let's see.
Yay.
We need resistors. We need circuit boards, pure silicon ingots, aluminum, gold, circuit boards. Aluminum, gold, circuit boards. Don't need those, need those. On. Cool. Well, that was it. I made 5. Alright.
Start.
70 more.
70 more. Aluminum is the big challenge there. So let's see what we can do.
I can get you some aluminum.
Aluminium. For 75, we're going to need. Oh shit. Math. 70.
We're going to need math.
We're gonna need math. Math is hard. So 75 per craft. That is 12, 14, 15 crafts. 30 aluminum ingots. 30 gold ingots. We have 17 gold ingots. And then 30 pure silicon, and we only have 11. Resistors we're fine on. We have plenty. Circuit boards.
So wait, what do we need?
30 aluminum, another 15 gold, and another 20 silicon.
Alright.
Now, where did I put that super expensive mining rig?
And then circuit boards. What's the craft for? Circuit boards. Oh, we need more gold. Plastic we got. Let's go with 30 gold, just as a guesstimate.
Alright, I can do that.
I need those. And I need that. Make me some circuit boards, please. I'll do. Well, that's weird. The 16 circuit boards, or the 18 circuit boards I just crafted will not stack with the 16 circuit boards that were already in the box. No amount of clicking and dragging will make that happen. Putting them in my inventory and then back into the thingy. Okay, that's a thing that happens.
They have metadata.
They have metadata once they're in the storage box for the fabricator, and they will not stack. I have to take them out to stack them. Fascinating.
I got
You got what?
one processor.
You got one processor. Cool.
The aluminum you need is in the furnace.
Okay.
Or smelter, whatever that thing is called.
Okay.
Too hicky.
I see. We are cooking.
That should give you just like 35 ingots.
Okay.
I think, ish.
Yes, Valona. I had to put them in my pocket and rub them together sensually for them to merge properly.
Like gummy bears.
Yeah. Yes. Like, hang on a second. What? All right. Aluminum. So then gold and pure silicon.
We'll be making gold once this thing empties out its backup of aluminum.
Okay.
Have you saved the game?
It's been auto-saving,
Okay.
but I haven't actively hit the save button. So let's save the button.
And crash.
It did not crash. Hooray!
Oh, do we have seeds going in?
No.
Oh, that one's empty.
That's because we never got the second round of seeds.
Oh yeah, no, there's seeds in here.
You didn't put them in the grow thing. You put them in the box.
That's yeah,
Okay.
correct.
That's fine. Okay. Do they go in one at a time? They do.
Yeah. So that's gonna take ages.
I understand the earlier mention of make sure that you get growing done sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice if shift click worked, for sure.
Did you say we needed silicon as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we need another 20 or so pure silicon ingots.
Alright.
20 or so
Start doing
gold.
that. Man, I can't wait till we can upgrade these to blue belts.
Right? Wonderful. Get some undergrounds going.
Oh,
To clean up the space a little bit.
fast inserters or something.
Yeah. Definitely need fast inserters, because that shit's slow as balls right now. Okay, recipe. That button. I'm gonna turn it on.
Oh, the sun's setting.
And lo, the sun hath set on the poor intrepid explorers on the junk world. Will they survive the night? Will the dust storm braid away all of their metal armor? Find out next time on JunkPunk.
Yay. Good night, Sparkle.
Notice the biological key needs a bunch of buckets full of stuff, so I am currently playing Bucket Punk.
Hooray,
Yay,
Bucket Punk.
You-
So you can
Jump
move the
buck-
shredded to the smelter manually to process stuff. What?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we've been only doing manual smelting up until now.
Yeah, that's
Um,
that's what I did. I
This
just grabbed it out.
Yeah, this problem here, we could potentially do the powered shredder and the powered separator and move stuff over manually to make those go faster too.
I was gonna say, does the smelter have belt inputs?
Yeah,
Smelter does, yes.
Oh,
sure do.
well then.
Let's see, let's do
Your gold is in the smelter, and there's what, silicon on the way.
silicon's on the way, yep.
Here are your 3 processes from a day's work.
Heh. Yeah, they're kind of slow.
Yeah.
Alright. Doot doot doot. And doot doot. And 40, 50, 60. Let's stop. What the hell am I missing? Resistors! That thing I said we didn't have, that we had far too many of.
I just put some in the chest, so we have 10 more. I mean, some.
Okay. That'll do. I thought we had enough. I was sorely mistaken. Recipe, resistors. We need copper and plastic. That's fine. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Recipe for those. And this is 80. There's 80 basic processors in there right now. Your 75 is complete.
Try again. I told you to make 75.
Oh, damn. Alright, I'm gonna need a whole bunch more aluminum
Roll
and
those
silicon
down.
again.
Yeah, I'm going to just void these by shift-clicking them into a full inventory.
Why don't you just drop them on the ground to see if they despawn? Because we haven't done that test.
Nah, that's okay. I have found materials laying on the ground in glowy cube form that people have left behind before, and they did not despawn for at least some amount of time. So Safi, is that another inventory filling up and then deleting all the excess situation? If you leave belts and stuff running?
Yeah, I was careful to monitor that.
Okay. I'm gonna turn that off because the clanky was driving me nuts. We do have.
Alright, now all I need
rubber.
is 21 basic motors.
21 basic motors.
There's 6 of them in the component box.
I need 15 basic motors.
Alright, so what does shredded rubber do?
It lets you make rubber ingots.
Plays the guitar on stage real well.
Can you do rubber ingots?
Yes.
It is rubber shred.
That,
Okay.
that was not sarcasm.
No, I was just confused because that's the only one of the shredded materials that goes into the furnace. I was expecting the shredded rubber to go into the separator like all of the other shredded materials. That's why I was confused. Okay. Yeah, let's just get those cooking because why the hell not? Saving up some space.
Where do we store ingots these days?
I don't know.
In the fabricator.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So do we store
That's a good
ingots?
spot. That's a good spot for them. So basic motors, steel ingots, copper ingots.
All right,
basic,
we're done with
crap
basic
house
motors.
Okay. Okay.
I have 22 of them now.
What you making?
The tech key.
Ah.
Y'all,
Technically.
The technique.
this should be the last thing I need to put in there for it.
I want to come up
We
and
want
see.
to see what
I wanna come up and
happens.
see. Everyone to the monolith. Do we have everyone?
Probably not gonna craft anything because I see it sitting right there in the container.
Ah.
It's probably just gonna appear.
Mycroft, are you concerned with missing it?
No, I'll watch the outside of the tower because I've got a good view of that.
Okay.
Ah.
And
Alright.
it explodes.
Put it in. Do it. Do it. Do it. You did it.
It has been done.
And it's got an option to activate the constructor that's grayed out.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right, so I did all that work for nothing.
Hooray!
Ah!
Wait, you didn't get an item?
No,
No,
because
the
all the
activate
materials are
constructor
in there,
button is grayed
and
out.
the activate's grayed out. So I'm wondering if we have to either power this place or we have to put both of the key
Look at
materials
all the
in
lights
first.
and the screens and the elevator. This place is powered, baby.
Does Quinn have to do it because he's the host?
I was the first one to see the grayed out button, so it's not letting me touch it either.
Fucking sick, dude.
Alright, status locked, tech key locked, biological key locked, quantum data integrity, those numbers are things. What about over here? What do you do?
That's where we put the keys when we have both of them.
Yes, and it's got a neat sound effect.
Yeah.
Key not found in inventory.
Yeah, well, you know.
Elevator, come back.
Give
Elevator,
me the key.
come back.
I'm back. Hey!
It came back.
The tech thing's on the 3rd floor.
Alright, so do we have more seeds? We have more seeds, hooray.
Oh, that's where the seeds come from.
Yeah.
Oh, I figured out the problem.
What's the problem?
There's only
I need-
100 small gears. I need 200.
Oh. Oh.
All right, I'll be right back.
Counting's
Hold on.
hard.
Hold.
Hold.
Oh, I can't take him out while he's not looking. Damn.
Do it. Do it.
I couldn't. I tried.
Do it better.
I'm gonna delete the stairs so he can't get up here.
All right, no tech key for you then.
Oh, we have shiny things in here. Shiny things.
I was gonna say, if I did that, I'd have to hide from Sparkle from the rest of the game.
Shiny things. What does this shiny thing do? Tech key activator. Okay. So we have to activate them, which means once we've finished building the keys, chances are we're going to have another stupid crafting stuff we have to do.
We'll find out together.
I mean, hopefully there's another tier.
I mean, this game just came out in very early alpha. This might be all there is so far.
Yeah,
Could be.
I understand that.
Whee!
All right, now we're building.
Those are 65%. Doot. I heard a noise.
Lasers.
All right.
Under construction.
Done.
What? It said 5 minutes.
I have one though.
Oh, mine says 5 minutes.
Yeah, if I click on it again, it says.
Mine also says under construction 4.5 minutes. Ow, elevator! I hate you.
And activate first stage. That might be all the way up, huh?
Second floor. Second floor.
Second floor.
Oh, you
Third,
did tech key, right?
Biology.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So third floor. Going up.
Hello, puppet. We saw this thing, isn't it, bruv? Oh, yeah, look at that. It's spinning.
And spinning. Doing things.
Okay,
And it
so
went off the list.
then it's off the list. All right. Now
Neat.
we need the bio key. Oh, that wasn't a very full or drop.
So now we need the bio key, which means we need to do.
We need 40 gold and 40 aluminum ingots.
And
some
and
plants.
40 of each plant.
Yeah. So we can ramp up our plant production.
Ramp the plants. Ramp the plants.
Whoa, Black Betty, ramp the plants.
Jesus. All right, ramp the plants. The one you were building a platform over there. Do you have anything specific in mind with that?
Nope.
Shall we ramp the plants?
Ramp
Sure.
the plants.
Ramp the plants.
I was just trying to figure out how to make a big, large, flat area for everyone's ease, and it was difficult.
Fair. Are you able to expand that any further, or is that being difficult?
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
can keep expanding it. Here, I'll do that now.
Yes. Whoa, Black Betty, ramp the plants. So what's the area on that humidifier? Is it 1 cube, two cubes?
Not very far.
Not very far. Okay. Does it show, or do you have to find out the hard way?
It shows when I was placing it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a little white circle that goes around it.
Okay.
Well, right now it says it's unpowered.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Is it a windy day?
I thought we had all of our power connected in one thing.
Nope.
I thought,
No, it looks like the
Right.
the person charger and the plant setup were a separate grid and always have been.
Yeah. Those never got
okay.
merged in with everything else.
All right.
They can be.
And we never fixed the battery thing either.
Cool.
Alright. Doing that then.
Since
that's
the power
the
cables
plants.
have a limited range, can we use things like the splitters to extend the range? Use them as a.
I mean, probably.
Yeah. Okay. Ah, missed.
There's probably something cheaper than a splitter that you could use instead.
I haven't found it. Like under power, there's only.
No, I mean anything. Like building an input shredder instead of a splitter.
Oh, okay.
If you're just trying to extend the length of power.
Oh, Safi's got
Can
me.
you-
Safi's got me. You can do it just like the way you did the pipes. Just
You can daisy chain them.
yeah, just chain cable to cable over and
Yeah,
over again.
yeah.
So that length of pipe or the
See,
length
it's
of
here.
cable limit is just that specific segment.
That is definitely cheaper.
That is the cheapest possible option, actually. Okay, so I would like to build another humidifier and then see what range we're talking about so I can start planning size of crop plots.
Go ahead.
So let's see, farming, humidifier, steel ingot, copper ingot, basic pump, aluminum ingot, circuit board, basic processor, Basic pump. Circuit board. Aluminum ingot. Copper ingot. I did not have enough circuit boards. I need more circuit boards. Unfortunately, we need more copper.
Really?
Need more steel ingots. That'll do. Okay. Need more copper. Copper. Oh, power grid's offline.
Yeah, I'm redoing it.
Okay.
Remember?
I know, but I was trying to smelt stuff.
Remember?
I was trying to smelt stuff.
There, you can smelt stuff again.
Yay. Good night, Ballona. Thanks for hanging out. The fuck? There is a button to drop items from your inventory. Like there's a key button. And I accidentally hit it while I was mousing over something, and I don't know what it was.
And you can't see it because of the dust storm.
No, I found the item. That's no problem. I just...
Oh.
I was in my inventory looking at stuff, and then I like accidentally mashed a whole bunch of keys at once, and I saw a cube plop out from between my legs, and I was very confused.
Was it the poop key?
It might have been the poop key. Might have been.
Ark had a poop key.
There is a poop key possible. Okay, I have everything except for circuit boards. Need copper.
I expanded the foundation some for you if you wanted to play building over there.
Okay. Boy, who just took the circuit boards?
No one.
Oh, damn it.
I'll give you 2 guesses. Was it?
I said no one. No one did it!
Okay. So, if I build the thingy. Ah, okay. So you said small, but it doesn't look small. It looks fairly large.
Well, I mean, I might be drunk.
It's possible.
I mean, I'm not, but maybe.
Alright, so the range on this is from here to the edge. So that would be
Oh, it just happens to be 80.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's got a 4 block radius. Okay, that's fairly good. So then if I come over here, oh, we have some weird lighting effects going on with the sunrise coming out from that direction, my personal lamp, and the wind going on. Okay, so if I were to place this doodad 4 blocks away from an edge, give or take right about there. Stability 0, or stability 100, needed 0, so that's fine. Ow, lost my copper ingots, that's why I was marking. Copper ingots. Scrappy doos in there. We need copper. We need copper kind of badly. I'm going to start up the scrapping process again. We've been trying to find an answer for that all freaking night. Middle mouse click drag splits a stack in half. That is the weirdest button combination.
I found some of those only work within the same inventory.
Possibly.
Oh yeah, they don't work when you use the smelter or the.
I've seen
machines.
that happen in other games, so I'm not foreign to that. That's fine. But thank you. We've been. It's normally shift or control, right or left click, some combination of all that. But this game apparently decides to do things differently, like Q being inventory. Alright, so 4 blocks away. And I'll push over there. And then crop plots,
Oh, you
scrap
gotta be
metal,
kidding
steel
me.
scrap. So is that actually listed anywhere, or is that just one of those unlisted important keys that everyone should know that totally the game doesn't tell you about? Steel scrap,
Why not both?
scrap scrap.
So I'm guessing I'm discovering what you guys did earlier. So the small foundations and the big foundations don't necessarily align, don't snap to each other.
They do.
Not if you do it poorly.
But yes, if you do it poorly. So over here, for example, I am standing on a spot that has a fraction of an inch gap between the foundations. And once you start that process, stuff stops snapping in general across the whole board.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm placing 2 blocks. So it's...
What do you mean? No, so what I'm talking about is over here, like at the very
I don't know.
right
went
at
to the
the
wrong place.
closest to the spot closest to the old base.
Oh.
I'm standing on a spot that has what looks like 4 big foundations placed right next to each other, but there is a gap between them, so they're not snapped together. And once
you
you
screwed up over here?
once you've got a gap between everything, they won't snap together. So if you've got, for example, 2 small
I don't
foundations,
see a gap here.
I see a gap.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
I can see the ground through the gaps. So if you've got
There's
a
no
gap
gap here.
between the
On my screen, at least.
like if you got a gap between 2 smalls, and it's even if it's just a hair gap, the big won't snap to that because it sees them as 2 different things to snap to, and it freaks out. So I see gap. So yeah, all of your large foundations have a gap between them, except
I don't know what to do with that.
except for this one
'Cause there's no-
here.
Because there's no gap on my screen. Now over here, I'll show you the gap I see. It's not even a gap, it's an overlap right now. Oh wait, I already deleted it, but I'll put it back. So that's not aligned.
Correct. That is not aligned.
Yeah.
And that might be, again, multiplayer desync. It might be that you're seeing them perfectly fine, but I'm not seeing them perfectly fine. Therefore, it is not perfectly fine, because apparently mine is the authority. So right here, what I see is a slight overlap and a slight misalignment. So the 2 that I'm standing on are overlapping
I see
each
the
other.
overlap there.
Yeah.
I see that.
And then all of the other ones are all misaligned based on that.
Do I need to redo this?
I think from... let's see... Yeah, I think they're all fine except for...
That
Yeah.
corner over there? The north corner? And I'm just now
No.
realizing.
There's a lot of not fine in here, unfortunately. There's a lot of random spots where they're just a little bit too far apart, a little bit too off-center.
Well then,
We can
On that
probably
note-
work with it, but that's probably not going to be easy.
All right. Power has been more centralized.
Hooray. So before I go too far, building the crop plots, are we good with this foundation as it is? Because I'm good with it as it is.
If you're okay with it, then I'm fine.
Okay. As long as we don't want to expand
where
it.
you are. Oh, over there.
Yeah, over
Yeah,
here.
that's yeah.
As long as we don't plan to expand it too much, because it's probably going to start being a pain in the butt to snap.
Oh no, I don't think this is going to expand anymore.
Yeah.
The plan was, while I'm building stairs down here,
Yeah.
is the expansion is going to be at the bottom of these stairs, so right where this level is.
Okay, that's fine.
So it's basically starting over again.
And that's fine. I would say this is 4 singles, right?
Yes, because you can't put a double at the end of a stairs, apparently,
Interesting.
unless someone can correct me on that.
Let me give it a shot. Yes.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't clip. I mean, that's good enough, to be honest. And if
Yeah.
you want to just call that, then that's probably the best thing to do.
Yeah, I think that'll be fine.
Because then I just also found out that, well, yeah. So this is basically starting over again, and this should cover out this larger flat area.
Yeah.
If I did my thumb measurements right.
So I'm gonna build one here, and I'm gonna check what it looks like. So to me, they are perfectly attached. There's no overlap.
Okay.
There's no gap. Do you have your snapping
to me-
enabled?
I do.
Okay.
And so let me add.
So that one,
more.
let me look at that one. And see, those are gapped to me.
Okay. Well, in that case,
Whee!
have at it.
Let me see if it does the same thing for me.
I see no gap now or before.
I don't see a gap. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
In fact, it's hard to tell if it's overlapped or not.
Let me do some farm.
But yeah, at any rate, have at it. It is time for me to go to sleep.
Ah, yes, the sleep situation.
Yes.
Sleep timer. Activate.
Must obey the mighty sleep timer.
Well, it was fun. Nice having you.
Yeah. Yeah, we got
Yep.
one.
Thanks
See
for
ya.
the replay.
Thursday.
Bye. Alright, so is there a way to tell with these if they are misted or not, or if they're within the range? Do you have to turn on the humidifier for that to work? How do you know that the planter is being properly affected by the humidifier?
If you stare at it, is the water count going up?
Does it have water?
So no, it's not plugged in yet. So the humidifier though feeds water, right?
When you place it, is there an area of effect?
When you place the humidifier, there is, and I have placed my planters within that area of effect, but I don't have it all plugged in yet, so I don't know for sure if it's all working. So let me get it all plugged in power then and see if that does a thing.
I'm giving you a power section over here. That's what I was working on.
Okay. I am going to I'm not going to do that. Guess we'll wait for these seeds to finish growing before I move the power or the water, because I'm gonna drop the water off of this one and bring the pipe over that way, rather than attempting to run a new pipe.
Oh yeah.
There doesn't appear to be any sort of pipe splitter type thing. There's just a water tank, which is a single one in, one out.
Yeah, I don't know if there is or not.
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it. Oh, yeah.
There's pipes, there's belt splitters and mergers, and there's power splitters and mergers, but there's no water splitters and mergers. We do not have water next to the foundations. That is...
I mean, there's one way down the hill there.
There is? Okay.
Yeah, on the map.
Hmm. It's so far away. It's almost as far as the other direction.
Oh no, that's much closer.
No, so this is not water. This is mercury or something along those lines. At least I think. It works as water. Cool. Good to know.
What?
What indeed? Water pump. 3 large gears, 3 small gears.
Works as.
We're gonna water with mercury. Don't question it.
Well, I mean, I'm a robot. I'm not gonna eat those plants.
Exactly. They're just a little. They're just a little extra shiny. Humans love shiny things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, humans love shiny things. This is all. This is all
We're
accurate.
basically magpies.
All right. Large gears. I need small gears. Where are the small gears? Did we eat all the small gears?
We have eaten all the small gears.
Cool. That is not doing anything. We don't have any steel. Well, alright.
We
Alright.
have eaten all the steel.
Alright. Alright. I mean, it looks like a mercury pool. It doesn't look like it's drinkable water. And it tries to kill you upon touching it. It didn't seem like something that we should try to pump onto our plants. Alright, so steel is steel. Go.
I think I was telling you to make steel. I?
Power's not working.
Power is not working.
Yeah. So whatever you did with the power setup, this thing no longer has an input.
Oh, take away the daisy chain. Oh, I get it. Here, you take.
What? I don't know what just happened. Hooray! Now we have steel incoming. Okay. Just add another windmill just for that machine.
Nah, to the whole setup.
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. So let me... So we have 5 different crops, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And each planter holds 6.
Okay. So how about instead... Bonk. 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 How about instead we do... I mean, I don't care if they're that close, right? That's fine. So close. This will be fine, right? Yeah, this will be fine. It'll be fine.
Oh, okay. Then I'll stop worrying.
Yep. Stop worrying. Everything will be fine. It probably won't be fine because it's probably going to be a nightmare to plug it all in. But it'll be fine. Let me see if I can get some power.
You have power right here.
Any cables?
Yeah, okay.
No cables. No cables. Well, fine. Cables. Okay. So how about we do some daisy chain magic? We got an in, and then we got an out, and in, out, in, out, in, out. That's alright, right? Yeah, that's alright. Lost power though. I don't think I gave myself enough room for that. Out. In. Out. In.
So each one of these takes 2 power, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You can only connect currently, like you can't daisy chain that many together.
What?
Well, look at the splitter. Each one of those is only doinking over 7.
Well, yeah, that's because you got a limited power supply coming in.
Well, I'm working on that.
Is
but
7 the max, or is that just what it's splitting evenly from the other?
That's just what it's splitting evenly from currently.
Got it, okay. So, okay.
I'm working on adding more. I just
Do
letting you
I
know
just
why it's
do
not
I just
working.
laser the cables?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, I'll hold off on that for the moment. Are you going to leave this as a separate power network?
For right now,
Okay.
I think.
So I've got 3 that I can power off of each thing.
I'll be able to connect it up to the main one as soon as I upgrade 1 or 2 more of the windmills over here.
Okay.
Then that'll have freed up a spot because I won't need 2 things to charge the battery.
Okay.
I only need 1. So soon.
That's out. Okay, where's the end? End's this side. Okay. Hooray! Janky cabling. Oh, we'll expand power as well. There will be solar, there will be more wind, etc.
Yeah, I'm working
We're just
on power.
running really low on certain material types right now. I need small gears, scrap metal, copper, steel. Okay, a little bit of steel scrap, a little bit of that. I need copper scrap, which we don't have. need it all. I need 4 copper scrap. We don't have any copper scrap, do we? No, we have no copper scrap. Cool. Let me change this over briefly. Got that cooking copper at the moment. Do we need copper, or are we mostly focusing on steel right now?
I think we just really need steel.
Okay.
But I could be wrong.
We don't have either, so I think the answer is yes.
Got it. Then yes.
Do we have pipes? We do have pipes. Wonderful. Alright, so where can I place this pump?
Alright, you should have more power available
More power.
on each thing.
Okay. Can I
Hopefully.
just kind of hoping I could just jam it right there, but that appears to not be a thing. Can I X-snap disabled? I'm assuming it's too low then. Can I put you over here? Aha! Aha ha ha! Found a spot.
Great.
There. And then water tank. You are my out. Perfect.
Yeah. It's not gonna cause any water hammer issues or anything.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Fine. Just don't show this to your local civil engineer.
It will be fine. They have nothing to worry about.
Right.
Okay. So, I do believe...
Your one far away over here is filling.
Okay, good. That's the one I was concerned about.
Yeah, they all appear to be filling.
Alright,
The
good.
far ones fill, obviously, slower.
Right. As long as it's enough.
I think they're slower. Maybe it's the same rate. That's a little slower, but it's still filling. Oh no, it's the same. Never
Yeah.
mind.
It's the same. It's just
Great.
slow, so it's the
Now
same
you
slow.
I just need dirt.
Yeah. Alright, so 14. I can daisy chain these then. Do it.
Place empty bucket. No, you place it.
You place empty bucket.
Oh, you.
No, you.
Oh, okay, I'll do it.
And then we'll do this side as a separate plug. Hooray. Hooray. Alright, so we have 10 fully powered, fully watered planters. They need soil.
This dirt process, I assume, is placeholder.
I hope so. I
because
actually haven't had to do it
This is
yet.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So you put up. Is there an empty bucket?
No.
Shoot.
Wait, does it
hang
eat the
on.
bucket?
No, I'll show you. Here, give me 1 sec. Alright, here. Take this bucket.
Alright. Bucket. Place empty bucket. Start extracting dirt. Pick up bucket. Place bucket. Wait 10 seconds. Get bucket.
And there you go.
Alright, cool.
Like,
It's
Well,
not the best.
yeah, like, why even have that process if it's all, there's no energy needed, you don't need to like wash it with water, you don't,
Because buckets.
it's just wait 10 seconds and get dirt.
Because buckets. And we don't need to do anything else with that. It just, once the bucket's in there, it's good, right?
Yeah, you just put it into the soil spot.
Okay. And you've got a whole bunch of dirt buckets already?
If by a whole bunch you mean 3, then yeah.
Ah. I thought we had more buckets than that. What happened to all of our
We-
buckets?
We need steel.
No, I mean, what happened to all of our buckets? We had like 15 buckets.
I never saw those buckets.
Also, Minecraft, are you still alive out there?
I'm still here. I used a bunch of buckets to make the put in the key.
Oh, right, he was putting in the bio key.
The key.
needed buckets.
Right. Okay. Got
Here,
it.
there's
That'll do her.
Alright, I'm taking these out. Are you still in the tower, or are you out again? Oh, there you are. Never mind. I was gonna go look to see if there are more seeds available. We have 4 of each seed. We also
go
have
check.
10 of each plant currently, so we could definitely craft more seeds.
Oh, I think the plant's only stacked to 10, so I'll take those up.
Oh, okay. Let me put those back in then. Let me grab the seeds that are here, and I'll get those planted in the machines that are already set up. Yeah, I was debating on using the plants to get more seeds.
Yeah, well, with your expanded setup, we can definitely afford to do that.
Actually, yeah, can you put those plants back?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Because I was trying to have my setup so that each plot can be dedicated to a specific plant. And I need 6 of each seed for that. And I only have 4 of each seed currently.
Well, I'll bring back 2 more.
Perfect.
Yeah, I can't take them back out of the crafter.
I was
so-
more hoping that I caught you before you made it back there.
Oh, yeah, no.
Alright, how are we doing over here? You are empty. You are scrapping. You are doing okay. We are running low on the scrap metal though, because I see a whole bunch just got put into the shredder.
Yeah, I can make another, or do another run.
Okay. So the way I have it set up currently with the farm, it can hold another 2 rows of 5, and each row can do a full 6 of each crop type.
Sick.
So that's 4 rows of Basically 4 plotters, or 4 plant plots for each crop type for 24 runs of each one.
We still
I just haven't
need
actually
soil.
hooked it all up yet. We do need a lot of soil, yes.
Okay.
Let me use the current steel to make some buckets. Recipe. Oh. Oh. Can't use the fabricator to make buckets. How dare.
Well, that seems silly.
That does seem silly. Buckets, 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 buckets. There you are. And it's 2 steel scrap per bucket.
Oh, it's steel scrap for a bucket? What the hell?
Yup.
Alright, well, how many more buckets do we need?
I have 5 on me. We did what, 4 over there?
Yeah.
So we need another 10.
Okay. I can do that. Okay, got the 10. Time to
I'm currently
arbitrarily wait.
I'm currently arbitrarily waiting.
Yeah.
Alright, that's my collection.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know you had told us to do the plants earlier, but we were still in the mode of trying to figure out what the hell we were doing with ourselves.
Also, I realized it says filling bucket with contaminated dirt.
Containated. Nice.
Contaminated dirt, yeah.
Concatenated dirt.
Concatenated. Nice.
Yeah. No, we don't need 10. I mean, we will if
Well,
we do
we
another
have-
2 sets of dirt.
We might as well.
Yeah.
He's waiting around.
Do it. So we need 1 more for our current setup.
Okay. Well, I have 10 buckets. So I guess we just need to make 1 more.
Stop buttons. Buttons. The UI buttons. They're getting to me. So
Yeah.
I open up the planter. It does not open up my inventory, so I then have to open my inventory before I can then drag stuff over that I can't shift click over.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you can't even shift click it over.
Nope. Do you have all those seeds? Are they in the box?
They're in my pocket.
Can I have them?
Yeah.
Poop, 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 poop. There we go. Alright, 6 of each. That'll get 1 row started.
Alright.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yes, that definitely needs a drag and drop. Or the
Yeah.
shifty click, not drag and drop. I'm going to attempt to put another round of foundation over here because this is a slightly difficult to walk.
Oh, along the back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's doable, but I'm walking on my
Right,
toes
right.
here.
Yeah. Channel your inner Gila.
Yes. Oh, that one. Let me take the dirt. Dirt. I have a dirt, apparently. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, we need one more bucket. Do you have the 10 more crafters already?
No, not yet.
And by crafters, I meant grow plots.
Yeah, that thing. Alright, those will not snap. Can I do a basic small foundation? Yes. Yes. Good. Wonderful. Okay. Can do. Sure thing. And no. For some reason, it doesn't want me to build them there. I think it's because of that snapping situation. That's fine. I got the walking space I needed. Plants can take 15 minutes without power loss. Cool. With
Wait,
power
you
loss,
said we needed
even more so.
another bucket.
We needed another bucket, but I had already taken one from your thingy over there. So if you've got 10, then that's enough to do exactly what we need over here.
I have 11.
Then I somehow managed to duplicate an extra bucket.
That's okay.
I think I picked it up at the same time you were picking up because I was trying to get the seeds off the ground.
Oh no, I only have 10, but I just made 11.
If you made 11, I got the 11th one,
Got it.
and you've got the
Okay.
10. Okay, perfect.
And I've got 10.
All right, I need steel and scrap. All right, let's get the other 10 placed. I have not enough cables. Cable, craft me. Perfect.
Do we know what happens if you run out of power?
I'm pretty sure they just stop growing temporarily.
No, you're a robot.
Oh, no.
I kind of want to find out. Unless you just, like, die.
I think you might just die.
Die in a very boring way,
Yeah.
maybe. I'm at 42%, so... Maybe that's what crashes the game.
Maybe.
It's not L after all. Oh, I forgot the bucket.
Ah, balls.
Well, I put them down because I was gonna run around and start mining.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't know that you had all the stuff, and if I ran out of power, I didn't want to like lose my inventory if that was the thing
Right.
that happened. Oh, all right. I'm back.
Safi is encouraging you to find out.
I'll do it for science.
Do it for science.
Always down for science.
Alright, I need another splitter.
What? Okay. Have fun. You'll figure that one out.
Because yeah, these are running on essentially 11 watts per line, which is just barely enough. I'm just gonna call them watts
Right.
because I don't know what the actual power number
Why
is.
not?
Yeah.
Sure.
So I need another splitter. We just
And watts actually is a unit of power, so that's good.
we just straight up need more power, honestly. Because even if I do split off of this 112 here, it's only gonna give me 6 or 3 per line, and that's not gonna be enough to run these things. So I need more power. I mean, we can leave them with the. We can
All
leave
right,
them
they're
not being
all
growing
soiled.
currently. They're all soiled, but they won't have enough power yet. Oh, yeah, you're right. I could probably just get the humidifier on its own power source for that. Does it
But you
need...
can also take 10 off of the
I
humidifier
could
there.
take 10 off of the humidifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the splitter power went down to 11 output once. And that would
Okay.
then not be enough to power the humidifier and or all of the thingies off of one line. So...
Like, let's see, do we have an open?
If we
do
have
an open thinger, I can
if we have an
add-
open solar, I can just, or an open wind or solar, I can just take that off.
Maybe. Hold on.
Here, let me clear out my pockets a little bit, because if I'm going to end up testing this whole power situation, I don't want to drop a whole bunch of crap.
A couple more seeds in the record player box, and the biological key now has all the aluminum ingots it needs.
Nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
I'll get to work on the gold.
Awesome. And dumpity, dump. Dump. Dump.
You pooped one.
I pooped one. I didn't mean to poop one. It's fine. I'll deal with power. Alright. I think. And so how much do the regular basics winds put out? I know it looks like we've upgraded all of them.
Yeah, I don't remember. I've upgraded them all.
Okay, that's fine. Are you doing the power situation?
I'm doing a power situation. I was thinking of adding another merger right here and then doing more wind. How much more power do you need?
Well, currently there's only 10 coming off of each line. And that is the bare minimum that I need to run with the current plug setup, because I'm running 5 on each. That's 10 total. So
Okay, hold on. I might have a different idea. One sec. Let's try this.
oh god, we don't have enough power for one. No.
Hold.
Holding. Now the challenge is going to be, can I put the plants, the same plants in each one to keep them identical across the way? Or are they going to end up scattered and mismatched? So yeah, the humidifier definitely needs to be on its own power supply, I think, unless we're going to grossly overpower this whole thing. Kinda want to move this splitter here, but I don't want to have to redo all the cabling.
Sorry, I have a plan.
Okay.
It's gonna be a freaking great plan too.
Okay. I'm holding.
You don't even know.
I'm holding. In fact, I'm holding enough that I'm going to PRB.
Oh god. You're all gonna have to wait to see what the cool plan was. Alright, well, you know what? That cool plan sucked. So, that wasn't as cool as I was expecting. I take everything back that I've said.
I return. Hello.
You returned too early.
Oh, okay. You know, as much as the windstorm affects visibility, I like the power output.
Yeah.
Currently rocking 48 off of each split.
There you go.
Frickin' 194 from what we got currently coming out there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's because you've merged. I see.
I've been upgrading
I
your
see.
output.
I see that. I see 42 in, 41 in, 108 in, for 190 out. But that's also during windstorm, so do you know what the numbers were before the windstorm started?
Not enough, but I'm working on it still.
Okie dokie. Oh, this pipe's gonna bug me. I can't fix it, but it's gonna bug me. Alright, how we doing? 61, 83. So that's the one that had lost power for just a little bit. All the others are doing fine. So, random point of curiosity, when I was out and about, I remember the one had mentioned that he got the laser going. Do we know what the result of that was?
No, I never saw it, nor where he put it.
It's just down the way.
It's a little bit to the east. It's collecting random stuff.
Oh.
Is it still just going on its own?
Last time I passed it, it was.
Interesting. Well, I'm going to visit. Because I saw it was set up, but I saw it before he got to turn it on.
Yeah, last time I passed it, it was out there clearing junk piles.
Did it get moved? Because I do not see it. I'm pretty sure it was around here, but I don't see it there. Also, what is that? I see a shiny thing. Is that it? That might be the shiny thing. Okay, so yes, the laser was moved from the last place I saw it. So now I'm headed towards the shiny thing, which I'm assuming is the laser.
Here it is, I found it.
Okay. So it is sitting idle, but that's also because it's dark. And it looks like it's full of crap. Cool. We should probably...
good crap.
Yeah, we should probably take that crap so it has room to refill.
There's room to recrap.
It has room to re-crap. But now I kind of want to see it go. I haven't seen it go. I see sun is rising.
I think it needs about 50% solar before it goes.
Yeah, it says it needs 15, and the solar is currently at 6 and rising.
Okay, so your little farmstead thing
Mm-hmm.
now has more power available to it than the rest of the base by like 30%.
Nice. Very nice.
And we're only at 28% solar.
Yeah, we probably should conveyor to a box. Not a bad idea. Minecraft, what you up to?
I'm just checking my smelt line, making the gold bars that the key needs.
Okay.
So I've got 26 of them.
Okay. When you ever get a moment, do you want to try hooking up that laser to a conveyor belt into a box so that it can continue on?
I can do that.
Sweet. I just emptied it out by hand, so it's got quite a bit of time to go on its own. Is this your own little smelty process?
Yeah.
Very nice. Powered shredder. Is there any efficiency output from the, hang on. This is the...
That's the manual shredder.
Ah, okay. Got it.
So I've just been dumping in what I need.
Got it.
Can run off this off of 2 windmills.
So you're shredding, you're separating, and you're smelting. Neat. Efficient. I like it. See, that was what I was originally trying to mentally wrap my head around doing, but I was working within this own like space that we had here, and I'm like,
what you came up with.
This is the cluster I came up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It works.
So good job starting over and doing it right. Alright, so let me dumpy.
I kind of want to take... Wait, do you need... Oh, you probably don't need the that third output now from your splitter.
What's the... Hang on, let me get over there. Dumping pocket stuff.
I want to loop it back so we can... That way both, like, the access from both sides are connected together, so it's essentially one grid.
Okay. So let's see. What do we got here?
A lot.
We've got
I fixed it.
53. Okay. Well, that's perfect, actually, because I wanted to cut off this power from doing weird things. So let me rewire.
And the laser is filling a box.
Hooray! Thank you.
Nice.
Yep, let me rewire. Let me do it. So laser, you get the pew pew. You get the pew pew. All right. So that's that. And then you can take the top one, Pine.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Okay. So doodly-doo.
There, now the excess there is feeding back into the main output, which is then cycling back into yours.
Awesome.
All connected again. And interestingly, that bumped you from 54 to 61.
Nice.
I think we just essentially made it a hot.
I'm okay with this.
This game touring complete? Oh my god. Oh, and all these first rows of plants are done.
Yeah, Safi, collecting all of the scrap sounds like a thing I would totally want to do. Can you turn all those into seeds? Or at least enough into seeds to refill all 4 rows? We need 24 seeds. I think that's just going to double into another row, right?
Yeah, this will make 12 seeds.
Okay. Okay, so this is a minor pain to wire, but it's doable. There. Wiring. It's all powered up. Pine, you got props on your mad wiring skills.
Oh. Thanks. It was a madhouse of wiring.
A little bit.
But, yeah.
You have all the seeds?
I have 12 seeds, yes.
Are you going to plant them all?
Oh. Here, have some.
I've got 4 more from the monolith. And the monolith has all the gold bars it wants.
Hooray!
There, I'll do the other ones.
Okay. All right. We should be good. We've got 2 full rows of each crop going, so that's 12 of each crop going currently. The next harvest will double into 4 full rows, and then everything from there will be profit.
I've got 4 of each kind of seed with me. You want me to plant them here?
In any of these set
The
of
left
2
rows,
yeah,
yeah.
these. So the next harvest is going to be 12 of each, which will turn into 24 seeds of each, which the next plant will be 12 of each, 24 of each, which will turn into 48 of each, and then we just have 1 more round of that, 2 more rounds of that to go before we've got all the plants that we need, I think.
Okay, the last row is planted.
Awesome.
Sun's going down, so we're starting to lose power, but I don't think it'll be that important.
Do we have enough wind overage?
I think so, yeah.
Because each of my lines is currently running 20.
Okay.
One of the
yeah,
lines is running 22.
We're at 36
Okay.
and 5% solar, so I think we're okay.
Okay. Well then.
Unless that last 5% is a doozy.
It might be. All right, so we are now at the sit and wait point, I believe.
The critical sit and wait point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check for more seeds in the thing.
Okay. Actually,
I just pulled some out, so they might not be ready yet.
yeah, I was just wondering about
Oh.
that.
Yeah, that's right.
But I did plant some more on these up here too.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Go ahead. Blom. I have 8% power left.
I have 3.
Nice. So depending on how your results go, I might not do mine.
Yeah, all the ingots have been added. All the buckets have been added. It's just 30 more of each plant.
Only 30 more of each plant?
Only 30. Well, because I did 10, remember?
Oh, I thought it was 100 of each plant we needed.
No, we only have 40.
Oh, Jesus, okay. So maybe I went a little overboard with my plant setup.
No, because I'll get it done faster.
So then it's only 2 rounds of planting that we need.
Yeah, that's half an hour.
Okay, that's not too bad.
No.
Yeah, Safi, all the ingots are did, all the everything is did for the bio key except for the plants.
Well, I think I need to sign off though before that happens. So.
Ah.
All right.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Sure. Thanks
Yeah,
for
man.
having me in. It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Night, Minecraft.
Later.
So I'll have to see what happens on the stream later.
Indeed.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I have 2 more of each.
2 more of each.
Yeah.
There's probably plenty of room over there at the other area.
Well, I have 1% battery, so if I detonate,
Ah, we'll drop them in a box then. I only have 5% battery, so. Oh, I suppose if we're gonna detonate, like if that's an actual thing, then we probably shouldn't be near all of our critical infrastructure.
oh. What the hell's the point of the battery then?
Did nothing happen?
A little thing that said, popped up that said initiating emergency charge, and it popped me to 25%.
Well, let it stay. Maybe it's just gonna keep emergency charging you.
What? Why is this a mechanic? I'm guessing that too is placeholder.
I would hope so.
Oh, he just did them willy-nilly.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's alright.
Willy-nilly's fine because we're gonna have to replant it all anyway for another round.
Oh, that's true.
Alright, so now we sit tight and wait for a little bit.
Go exploring.
Could go exploring. And I'll stare at the sunrise. Pretty. Where do explore? Because we've already explored all of this area.
Hold on 1 second, BRB.
Okay. We've already explored all this area. North is a bust. I'm assuming all of the spots that don't have anything visually decorative are probably also a bust. There's this one puddle over here for some reason, but there's also puddles up in north as well, so those are probably a bust too. These towers are just visually decorative and nothing else. So I'm pretty sure this segment right here is essentially the entirety of the map. That's decorative. This is probably decorative because this looks like the same piece as this. These 3 are all the same piece that are decorative. So the only thing that I haven't really checked out is this little rock formation here, which is probably just that. I love the flying contraptions that are going around though. Those are neat. Oh, we'll find out, Safi. I'm at 3. I'll hit my emergency charge soon enough here. He's gonna beat me to it.
What's up?
Oh, Safi doesn't know what happens if you run out 0 on your emergency charge.
Well, I'll let you know.
We'll find out. So you're just running off to explore?
I don't know. I haven't been in any of these. Like, did you go in number 5 over here?
As far as we know, those numbered tubes are just decorative. Can't go in them or anything.
Oh. Alright, well.
I mean, go
Alright.
go find out if you want. Because that's probably the closest one to check. But yeah, Mycroft had done exploration far west where you're going. And checked out the rectangular thing and the circular thing. Not
Like
the
the
number
tube
5
over
circular,
there?
but the tube that's southwest.
There's a tube northwest.
There's a tube northwest?
Yeah.
Which tube are you looking at? I'm a coming.
It's across the. Well, it's up the shore, sorta. See down there right by the foot of those hills?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't think I know those. Yeah, I don't think I've seen those.
I don't either.
Wait, I'm at 0. Wait for it. Burn off some power. This doesn't appear to do anything, actually.
No, it's just a timer, I think. Try running around.
Power critical. Emergency charge initiated. Yeah, yeah. 25. Great, cool.
All right.
There's a big donut. Big metal
Sliding
donut.
down that's pretty fun.
Whee!
Ooh, what is all this?
Big metal donut.
Oh, plastic.
Yeah, plastic. I'm gonna check out the big tubes over there. I'll check out these giant drums.
All right.
We have a giant tire yard over here. Are these copper scrap? They look... No, this is just regular scrap. Okay. They looked copper-ish. Nope, nothing. 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 Nothing.
There's a whole lot of rare metal.
Yeah. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of rare metals focused around the POIs.
And another record player.
What is that? Is that also rare metal? No, that might be electronic scrap. I can't tell from here. You found another record player? Nice.
Yep.
You know, navigating around this much water is kind of a pain.
Yeah.
Whole lot of nothing in here. What about under here? Whole lot more nothing. Okay. So, this is another plastic pile. Over there. So is that an island? What am I looking at?
It appears to be. There is an island in the middle of the lake, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. It looks like a very rich island full of stuff.
This wall has like a bunker with a question mark info panel on it.
I'll read it.
I will as soon as I get to it. Analysis in progress. This seems to be some kind of bunker door. It's a thick metal alloy, unable to use laser to gain entry.
I see. So you found a spoiler alert for next time?
I
Or for
found a thing,
whenever they do whatever's coming next.
Whatever is in there.
I like this giant turbine blade. Neat. So where is that? Is that...
North shore of the lake.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Up on the hill.
Nothing
By, like,
visible on the
those,
map there.
Scraggy rocks. There's all this. Oh, scrap junk.
Aha! I found yellow paint.
Do you just find that on the floor, or do you find it while harvesting?
On the floor. There was top hats that I had found previously, and I found them buried under scrap on the floor. But a lot of the ones that we've been finding have just been kind of on the ground next to something.
Oh, okay. Oh, dust storm.
Dusty, dusty.
Okay, well, I'm at 7%, 6% again, so let's see what happens.
Nice.
Which, if I actually do explode, I'm going to be upset because I think I found a way up to that POI thing. That cylinder structure. I should have charged.
You should have charged. But no, We're doing science. We're doing robot science.
Ooh, that's the best. It's one of the best kinds of science.
Yep. What is that I see? I'm seeing various things through the fog, or through the wind, whatever. Looks like they might be lights coming off POIs, maybe? I'm facing south currently. Yeah, I think those might be lights off the ship that we came from. And I think I'm seeing lights from the various decorative spaceship things flying around.
Oh, yeah.
Found a giant tube. It's more like a giant hose.
Right. Nothing wrong with a big hose.
Yes. Big hose. Giant gear doodad.
Put some mud on it, it'll be a big dirty hose.
Trying to figure out how to get back up to base. Because we went down that giant slidey cliff.
Oh, yeah.
Well, whatever this thing is, it's got glowy lights on it. Doesn't appear to do anything, though.
Power critical. Emergency recharge initiated. Back to 25. I was wondering if it would put me at like a lower percentage and so it'll slowly work its way down. But no.
Although apparently you just have infinite battery at the moment.
Yeah, there's no reason to have a charge station.
Cool. Good to know.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they'll fix that at some point.
Okay, I am at the tower.
Okay. Anything there?
At least not this side. I'm running around the whole thing to see if there's a door anywhere or something.
Okay. I'm currently navigating my way through tire field to get back home, and then I'll do the plants.
Oh yeah, good call. I guess one downside of not actually dying when your battery runs out is they can't fast travel back home.
That is true. You're gonna have to hoof it.
I have to run.
Alright, plants, how you doing? You doing good? Yeah, you're doing good. Good plants.
Alright, I have run around this thing and I don't believe there's an opening.
Okay. Okay.
There is a little rectangular or something or another right here, so maybe that's a door and this is just a tower from an underground structure? I don't know.
They're kind of hinting that there will be some more POIs in the future, like places to actually visit. Like the thing that you just found that describes the bunker. There was the one that I found earlier that mentioned that there was an alloy that these things were made out of that we couldn't harvest with our lasers, and there must be another way. So it kind of sounded very much like there was going to be more in the future.
Right.
Oh, these are not done on this side. Okay, that's fine.
Alright, that was nothing either.
Pipe? Damn it.
It is a massive turbine fan.
It really is. It's just freaking huge.
I don't even want to know how much torque it would take to spin that pupper.
A lot.
Especially at speeds that, you know, it would function as a fan.
Just a lot is the answer to
Yeah.
that.
Just a big number with several zeros.
Power critical. Hooray. I guess the only downside of that power critical is it locks you in place for a little bit. Well,
Yeah, but I mean, with no enemies or anything,
right. It's not
there's
not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not like you have to worry about it happening in combat or
Right.
something.
Alright, well those grow then. I'm gonna go pick up the seeds that are in the building.
Okay, I'm a robot, but I can't breathe underwater.
It's not breathing that's the problem. It's the water getting into your electronic circuits. And other sensitive robotic doodads.
Doodads. What have doodads ever done for anybody?
I mean, they keep your whatchamacallits working. Oh, I wonder.
Huh?
Safi is noticing a potential drop in the number of bars available on that battery when it does the emergency recharge. So there might be a limited number of times it will do that.
Well, I'm down to 8 again, so I'll find out.
Nice.
I'll just keep testing there.
And I'm not going to recharge out of laziness, so I'm also going to keep testing it.
We need more scrap, right?
Always.
Okay, I'll just pick some up on the way back.
Okay. So we have 20 of each currently. So let me double those and then we'll be good.
Oh, of each plant.
Yeah.
There, you're saying we have 20 of each scrap. Like, what does that even mean?
Alright, those might require planting first before carrying on. Here, let me organize. Okay, let me go get those planted. Oops, missed. Alright, now comes the fun part. Clicking and dragging 40 times for each plant.
Oh, yeah. Just start counting backwards from 400 or 240, and you'll get there.
That's okay.
It'll be like counting sheep.
Ow. Dropped one. I crafted too many. Whoops. Crafted
Wow,
too
you
many.
have a limited number of plants.
I know. And I didn't pay attention to how many I was crafting. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
All right, I won't.
Okay. It's fine. We just have plenty of seeds left over for the next round.
The battery icon did not change.
Hmm.
That's just an indicator icon.
That's unfortunate.
So definitely don't need one of those charging pads.
Good to know.
Unless you just don't want to be stopped every 15 minutes after losing your first charge.
Or at the very least, you can know not to worry about it when you're out and about. Even if you want to keep yourself charged up while you're at the base.
Right. It's certainly not a priority to get one of those up and running.
Right. Okay. I gotta do the other 2 plants. Let's do this. This will be fine. Okay, so there. That's better. That's better. Now I'm actually paying attention to what I'm putting in.
Smart.
What's up, Paige? Long time no see.
Yes, more wind.
More wind.
You're up to 236 now.
Nice.
At least we don't have to worry about overcharging things.
This is true. Lack of melting cables is very nice. Or blowing up capacitors, or frying resistors, or whatever the hell we can do. Alright, so next time, prioritize walking space over condensing so many into one area.
Yeah.
I am learning. Learning is good.
Oh, I'm gonna do some science.
Science, you say?
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of science you doing?
Well, we have 2 record players.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, you already see where this is going.
Uh-huh. Alright, so far Kinetic Beats is going. Paige, I saw a news article today saying Steam servers carry on despite the entire world downloading Halo Infinite. So what is Halo Infinite? I have not been in that loop.
Right now, it's a beta for their multiplayer.
Yeah.
And then next month, the campaign opens.
Are they just doing an MMO out of it, or what?
No, it's standard campaign with a multiplayer, you know, like the multiplayer Slayer matches and whatever.
Oh, okay.
Standard game like all the others, but right now it's just the multiplayer is up for beta for free.
I see. So
Yeah.
what's so special about this one?
I don't know.
Like, why is everyone and their granny chomping at the bit to play it?
Oh, when was the last time a Halo game dropped?
I don't know. I stopped paying attention after 2 because they stopped being anything different. Like they stopped being anything remarkable after 1 or 2. It's free, you say? Oh.
The
beta we can.
multiplayer beta is, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I have to move these. I can't access
I
them.
know. I know. I had that problem earlier.
Yeah, the campaign bit, or like the full whatever, the left, whatever is not out right now is not free, but I don't know if the multiplayer and stuff will still be free once it releases normally, or I don't know.
Okay.
I just thought it was out, and I downloaded it.
Fair enough.
It's free.
I don't know. I stopped being interested in Halo after 1 or 2. They didn't innovate. They didn't do anything unique. They didn't do anything different. And it was just living on a name at that point.
Okay, it's whichever one you hit play on last, or most recently.
Okay. Good enough.
So.
All right. So our crops are growing.
Also, they'll keep playing if you pull the disc out.
Cool. Good to know. So I have noticed over time as we've added more crap, FPS has been dropping horribly.
I'm sitting at 144.
Really? I'm at 26.
Oh yeah, no, it's still working great for me.
Interesting. I wonder if that's a product of
Also,
me.
I screwed up.
What'd you do?
I accidentally picked up an entire container.
Oh. I see. Ah, it's not so bad. Just a couple records, it's fine. Box. I don't know why there was power cables in there, but whatever, it's fine. That's funny, Paige. Don't feel like waiting around for a 23 gig game? Ah.
I mean, maybe not at 12:30 at night.
Fair.
And or whatever time it is, wherever he is.
Alright, so according to my calculations,
Yeah.
we are not going to finish it with this round of plants.
What? How not?
Just because we don't have enough plants. On the low end, we're gonna have 26 of each. On the high end, we're gonna have 33 of each, depending on which plant we're talking about. Because I screwed up and made too many seeds on one of them, or on a couple of them. But either way, still not enough for the 40 that we need.
Well, we only need 30.
Oh, you'll need 30. Okay. Well, then I just screwed up on 3 of them, and we have another round on 3 of them.
Damn it.
I know.
That's alright.
As long as you're having fun, Paige. That's all that counts.
I think I played PlanetSide 2 for like 20 minutes when it first came out.
I think I did about 20 minutes of PlanetSide 1. That was the last one I touched.
Yeah, I saw it was free. I'm like, nice. I loaded it up and I just jumped straight into a standard seemingly at the time shooter. I'm like, alright, I got it.
Yep.
And I left.
Yeah, arena shooters just don't do anything for me. They're all cookie cutter as far as I'm concerned, and I don't have any interest in them.
I mean, I'll probably play a couple rounds of Halo multiplayer just for nostalgia's sake, because we played a lot of Halo 3 multiplayer in college.
Ah,
But beyond that, I'll be, just waiting for the campaign mostly.
I did a little bit of 1 and 2, a little bit of multiplayer, but yeah, mostly campaign.
One of my ideas was to do a Halo 1, 2, and 3 playthrough of the campaign on Legendary and just roll right into the Infinite campaign. But
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to do that. Especially now that I know that's coming out in like less than a month.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I was like, I don't have time for that.
Oh, one of our power mergers took a hit.
What?
One of our power
Oh.
mergers had taken some damage.
I wonder if things take damage during the dust storms.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just from rogue laser hits.
Oh, okay.
Because there's none of everything else has taken damage. It's just from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also makes it weird that there's a damage mechanic, but I'm sure something will come of that later.
Sure. Probably. Alright, 93% at the oldest crops. Newest crops are at 53%. But those are also the ones that didn't screw up on, so those will be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are a robot.
We are hella robot.
We are a robot.
You've never been more robot.
Yeah, ever in my life have I been more robot than this. It's a territory control arena shooter, which to me does not say anything different than arena shooter. Ah, I'm being showered in sporks.
Oh, good. I was wondering if you could see those. Too.
Yeah, do it again. Do it again on one screenshot. Yeah, there we go.
Alright, those are 71 over there.
Yeah.
97.
These should be just about done.
These are done.
These are done. These are just about done. I did him in line right to
Critical
left.
recharge initiated. Yeah, at this point, that's just getting annoying.
Maybe that's the goal.
Oh.
Alright, so let me get these replanted because we need more of them. You got 6, right?
I have 6.
Okay. Alright, next round.
6 alphas, I guess.
Yeah, and I have 20 alphas, and I just planted a few more.
Oh, did you already make the seeds?
No, I already had the seeds. That's the part I screwed up on, is I crafted too many seeds. I wasn't paying attention to the fact that I only had 24 plot spaces available, and I crafted up all the seeds.
Got it.
Alright, I believe this side is next. Yep, there it is.
71 over here. 83. 95.
Alright, and this is plant gamma that I need to also plant more of. Okay, so I have 26 gamma, and I have more planted.
I have 6 beta. You better believe that.
Boo. Boo.
Yeah, they can't all be winners.
Boo. Just boo. Alright, these are the ones that were a little bit behind because I had to wait for pocket space before I could craft more.
Alright. You want these ones here?
Sure. Alright, and then that's that. So 26 of each of those. I need to plant more beta. You've been doing a lot of deep rock lately as well? Nice.
I bought that one when it came out on sale a while ago, but never booted it up yet.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to yet. Been meaning to play with Scooby and Tony at some point.
Well, if you need a 4th,
Perhaps. Perhaps.
here's some Delta.
Ah, there we go. What the fuck am I doing? Stop being dumb, me.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, me. Stop being dumb.
Jeez.
Me. Alright, that's not very easy to jump over. Alright, these are almost done. These are done. Also, the plant delta and plant beta icons are reversed based on what plant actually grows. The plant beta is the one that looks like the big elephant leaf. And the plant delta is the one that actually grows the big elephant leaf. And the reverse is true. This is fun.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, so doot. You're done. And
Alright, I have
you're
12
just
delta and 12 epsilon.
Alright. Okay. So I have 33 of delta and epsilon. And we only need 30 of each, right?
Correct.
Sweet. So then all that's left is for these handful to finish growing. And then we'll have enough.
Alright.
I'm going to go ahead and put these in since my pocket's full.
Yep. Do we need any more beta?
It's planted.
Yeah, but there's 6 ready up here at the base.
Oh, right. I forgot I planted those ones ahead of time. Yes. Let me grab those then.
And gamma here too.
Nice. Yeah, I totally forgot I planted those extra because I realized that we had these here. So then
Right.
the only one that we need to wait on is alpha, which is also planted over there.
Alright.
Oh god. Power critical. Recharging. Okay.
Race ya!
I win.
No!
I
He
win.
was supposed to be paused for longer!
Okay. Cool. So, can I shift click these in?
I don't think so.
Nope. Alright, cool. Up. Boop. Beep.
Okay.
And boop. And boop. And boop. 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 And boop.
Yay.
Yay. And I technically have 6 alpha on me, so we only need 4 more. But they still need to plant, or they still need to grow.
They
so.
still gotta grow, yeah.
Alright, gonna drop these in the plant box. Not that it's gonna matter too terribly much. I suspect we're getting close to the end here.
I imagine so, yeah.
Unless there's like an entire new chain that's gonna happen after this. But I doubt it, because I think we've gotten all of the
Yeah.
resources and stuff. It
What did
feels
we
very
do
much
with
like
the
we're
rare
gonna be done.
metal and the
Uh,
platinum.
it's
No recipe to stake that yet, right?
That's true. There might be a new thing that requires rare metal stuff. Because I know rare metal turns into gold, but there's also the platinum that we haven't used at all.
Yeah.
I think we've got some somewhere. I don't remember where it ended up. I don't even know if we ended up making any because we haven't needed it.
Also, the dirt thing is weird for another reason, because you don't have to, like, replace the dirt in these planters.
Yeah.
So it's like a one and done thing. So
Well, that part makes sense because dirt doesn't really need to be replenished, but
no, but it should. I mean, it should lose quality over time and have to be replaced if they're going to have this kind of a mechanic at all.
right, yeah,
With
fertilizing or something like that.
Right. And so just the arbitrary wait 10 seconds and then never need those machines again.
Yeah. All right, plant alpha, 63%. We're getting
Already?
there.
Damn.
Yeah, water does lower if the humidifier stops running. But the dirt is a really lengthy process that involves like 4 or 5 different steps to get dirt into the planter for it never to be needed again. It feels arbitrarily complex.
Well, it's not even complex. It's just
Arbitrarily lengthy.
there's just hoops to jump through for no reason.
But I'm hoping and assuming that they're going to expand on that process at some point in the future.
Yeah, it might all be placeholder.
Yeah. Because right now it's make bucket, fill composter, and then wait 10 seconds, and then put it into the soil thingy, and done. That's it. There's nothing else to it. There's no other steps. There's no nothing. So yeah, I'm hoping for fertilizer. Fertilizer would be good. There could be like a scrap that is, a phosphate type material or something like that.
Yeah, you don't even get the bucket back. You can't pull it out of that inventory.
No, you can't pull it out at all. Once there's dirt in there, that's it. There's dirt in there. And it's in bucket form.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I could just click and drag the bucket back out.
Nope.
But, not that you need the dirt for anything else, but...
Right, except for the crafting part, or the key crafting part.
Right. Very odd. Very odd.
But there's promise. There's potential.
Yeah.
I like the power elements. I understand the power differences with the wind and the storms and all that stuff, but it feels like unless you're going to go absolute bare bones and rely on battery power, it feels like there's no reason whatsoever to make use of that power boost from a storm.
Well, we also never needed the battery.
Right.
I removed it like an hour or two ago, and no one noticed.
Right. Right. The battery is only useful if you're going to rely heavily on solar.
Right. Yeah.
But as of right now, there's no reason to.
Yeah.
And there's no reason to rely on the overage from windstorms or anything like that. Now, if the windstorms came through and suddenly cranked up your power usage and that became a problem, like overloading your system, that would be something worth worrying about.
Seasons because like Mars has a windier season.
Right.
When they get dust storms and stuff, and then other times where it's really calm.
Right.
But maybe you can't rely on wind at some point.
Right, exactly.
Something, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, the wind does kick up and down a little bit. I'm watching the speed change, but it's not significant enough to affect your power supply. And as long as you've got enough wind to cover all your needs at the lowest point, there's no need to worry about batteries or anything like that.
Yeah. And I hope they give us more splitter and merger options than just 4-to-1/1-to-4.
Right. I mean, 4-to-1, 1-to-4 is not a huge deal because you can always use a 4-to-1 as a 2-to-1 instead. I mean, it doesn't have to go, but
right. And obviously we still made it work, but
yeah.
I mean, if it just balances the output anyways, why not also have like a 4-to-4?
Right.
Where you just plug in, it balances the outputs in case you want to mix solar and wind, and then
yeah. What I'd like to see is if they're going to stick with the 4-to-1, have it balance the output based on what's plugged in. So then, if you've only got 2 plugged in at the output, it should split it 2 ways, not forcefully split it 4 ways, even if you're not using 4 ways.
And then just neuter the last 2, yeah.
Right. Because ideally, if it's working on a draw situation, the 2 that aren't plugged in wouldn't be drawing, therefore they wouldn't be splitting.
Yeah, they wouldn't have any power pull.
Yeah.
Unless we're running in DC.
True.
But with the wind turbines, that says no, because that would have to be an alternating current situation.
Right. All right, 95%. 95%.
Turbines just all have built-in inverters.
Could be. Could be.
The solar panels would be DC.
I don't know enough about solar power. how that's generated.
Well, there's no current to alternate. It's just a flat sun hitting the semiconductors, generating a stream of electrons.
Ah, okay. Could also be one of the few games to work with solar mirror reflectors. Hmm?
Mmm.
Alright, got my 6.
Big tower of molten sodium.
Yeah. Alright, I got it. I go.
That's it. All right. Now it's gonna be like, give me 300 platinum bars,
Probably.
which we have the stuff for. That's just plugging it all into the furnace.
It's just cooking time at that point.
Yeah.
Which really isn't that long as you're not relying on the belts, which are just slow as balls.
Yes.
That's the other thing I hope that they change, is the belts. They're just
Rated
too
belts.
slow to even want to use them.
Yeah.
The only time you really would want to use them is like a set it and forget it type of deal. Activate constructor.
And then just click and
Key
drag it.
Ready. Key ready. There we go. Okay. And then I take it upstairs and activate it.
And we take it upstairs. And we get crushed by the elevator.
It's fine. That's fine.
Oh, it actually is fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was one of the first things I tested once I got in here and saw there was an elevator that was going to try to kill me.
Got it.
Alright. Key activated.
Whoa.
Activate monolith world transformation.
That's downstairs.
No, elevator.
Pretty sure that's this thing.
Key active. Begin system activation. Push it. Oh, those are noises.
Atmospheric stabilizers ready to fire at your command.
Oh, that's got some heart thumping rumble to it. At our command. What command?
How do I
Oh,
command it?
is it upstairs?
No, that was where the tech key was.
Okay. Oh. 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 I'm expecting a THX sound going on here.
Right? And it's just pumping out fans.
Yeah. Ooh. Sky is changing. Sun's going pretty. Sky's going blue.
Ah, look at that blue sky now. How fun.
Hooray.
Yeah, the rumbling of that machine is pretty good.
Yeah. Well, we have a lovely blue sky now. We did it. We saved the planet. Now what?
Let's see if the AI has something else to say. Atmospheric calculations processed. Stability 100%. Okay. Key is active.
Yep.
Begin activation button doesn't do anything.
I think that was it.
Key of stage. Okay.
I think that was it. I think we did the thing.
Blue sky is nice.
Blue sky's nice. Oh, I never noticed there was a planet up there. I never looked up.
There's several.
I only see the one red one.
There's one over there to the right of the tower.
Right of the tower.
Yeah, you not see that little one?
Oh, there it is. It's really tiny. Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple of little ones. Just poking around.
Yeah, I literally never bothered looking up because it didn't seem like there was much interesting up in that sky.
Yeah, there's a second little one to the left.
Aha! I see. I'm gonna take a picture of my robot butt looking up at the sky.
Do it.
Robot. Robot.
The robust robot.
Yes. Alright then.
Yeah, I think we beat the game.
I think we're done. I think we did all the things there are to do at the moment. Hooray!
I think so.
Hooray!
Didn't blow the dust off our solar panels though.
No.
Come on.
Our solar panels are scraptastic. Alright then. Well, let me do a save. And then I think we're done.
Scraptastic.
Yes, that. Yeah, I'm curious about next updates. I'm curious what changes they're planning on making. They said they have some bug fixes in this week, but I doubt we're gonna get new content for a little
Wait.
while.
So what happens if you press L now?
L. Nothing.
Oh, well, okay.
Kind of hoping the world would like go back to cruddy and grungy.
Right? Yeah.
Boom, reset.
Gotta redo all that and
Yeah, I don't know what the dealio was because people were reporting it and the devs confirmed that that was a problem, but it didn't do anything for us.
No.
So I was only cautioning out of abundance of caution and stuff. The hell was that? What'd you push?
L.
What? That was you pushing L?
Yeah.
What the hell did that do?
It said repair yourself and find answers. And
Huh.
search for answers. And then it said repair complete and then it went away.
Fascinating. That did not do anything for me.
It doesn't do anything for me anymore. I can't press it again.
Never did anything for me because I never heard that sound before.
It's weird that you heard the UI sound.
I heard
on
your
from-
sound, yes,
from
that
me.
is definitely weird.
Yeah.
Alright then. Yeah, Safi had... So that's the bug that I remember reading about. Safi had the L reset progression during solo.
Huh.
Had
Yeah.
had to do the introductory building twice. So yeah, we didn't do it because I read about people reporting that issue, and then I saw the devs confirm it. So I just warned our group ahead of time, don't push L.
Right.
And
And I guess since we completed the mission, there's no progression to reset?
possibly,
Maybe?
possibly.
Yeah.
Either way, we're done. We're done. I enjoyed it. I await the
Certainly
time
worth
when there will be more than one
whoever.
night worth of progress to do.
Mm. We'll come back in several months.
Oh yeah, yeah. Nice little one-off for now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be it for me tonight, because it's kind of late.
It is kind of late.
Kind of late.
Kind of late.
All right.
Well,
It was
Later,
fun time.
dude.
Bye. Zappy, thanks for hanging out and for all of the metered help. Paige, nice having you around for a little bit. Anyone else still lurking out there, thank y'all for coming. Thank you for any subs and follows that I might have missed, and I will see y'all next time. Bye.